I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel a snake bite enter my veins. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. Raise my desire, why I'm so far away. No more meaning to my life, no more reason to stay. Freezing, feeling, breathing. I'm coming back again. Clouds rain on my head, empty thoughts fill my ears. Find my shade by the moonlight, why my thoughts aren't so clear. Demons dreaming, breathing. I'm coming back again. coats out everywhere. All these years will not begin. Tomorrow we get tomorrow. Tomorrow we get tomorrow. Tomorrow we get tomorrow.
Hello. Hello. Turn it up. Sing, laugh, dance. Enjoy. 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 Sing, dance, laugh. Enjoy. Turn it up. It's showtime. Turn it up. Turn it up. Hello, everyone. Hello. It's showtime. And it is good to see you here. Glad to have you here. Hello, Rashawn. Hello, Anna Faye. Hello, Ren. Hello, TG. Who else is here? Scrolling through. Hello, Traders World. Scrolling. Hello, Gary. I think I saw Gary here. Scrolling up. Yes, Gary's here. Is that everyone? Hello, Louise. Hello, hello. It's good to have you here. We have 15 people tuned in. That's not too bad for just a small channel. Just a small channel. There's only a little over 50 people subscribed here so far. Not 50 million, not 50,000, just 50. 50 people, 50 something subs. Still under 100 subscribers. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Were you here for the opening? Did you miss the music? Did some of you hear some of the music? I try to bring you the best music that there is on YouTube for a live stream, a variety of music, everything from Viking music to rock music, to old Black Sabbath, to Tool, to music, all Celtic music, Viking music, all sorts of music. All sorts. Remember this song? I crank this up on my stereo with my loudspeakers. Rumble the place, rumble the place. Feel it in the ground half a mile away. Thanks for joining us, everyone. That's to get you in the right mood for this show, to be Viking strong. Viking strong. I don't want people depressed and miserable and hanging their heads and feeling defeated and feeling this way and that way. I want to build Viking strong warriors. That's what I want. Viking strong. Viking strong. I have a knife collection, some one of a kind custom pieces. They are tools, but they're works of art as well. I can appreciate the beauty and the functionality as well. It's practical, but it's also aesthetically pleasing to the eye and to the mind. The Viking mind, the Viking warrior mindset. So these shit channels on YouTube preach bullshit like, oh, Christ consciousness and just be present in the moment. Just be present, people. And oh, everything's wonderful. Just empty your mind of all thoughts and just be present in the moment. And that's not what I do here. I want warriors, Viking strong warriors. That's what this channel's about. It's not about wimps. It's not about beta male wimps like this creature here. This beta boy, this soy boy, this starving soy boy that looks miserable, looks like he's wasting away. That's what he looks like. His mind is wasting away, his body's wasting away, and there's barely any spirit or life left in that thing. He's a beta boy. He's a soy boy. He's an Eeyore. He's a droopy dog. He's a loser. He's a loser. And that's what he is. He's a loser. He's a loser. I have some on display. I have some various parts of my house. I have a knife here, a knife there, a battle axe there, a sword over there, a machete over there, a tomahawk. Have you seen my tomahawk? It's useful for camping. And also, in case somebody's stuck in a car and you need to pry open a car door, you can use a tomahawk. It's good for stuff like that. If you have to smash through a car door to rescue someone, It's a good rescue tool. It's not bad actually if you get attacked by wild animals. It's good to have as well. There's wild animals out there that will attack you sometimes out in the woods. Some wild animal comes along, some predatory wild animal with no impulse control comes along. It's good to have that. If you have to fend off a wild animal, I have a tomahawk. I'm not kidding about this either. I do. I have a tomahawk. So you can use both ends. There's the spiked end and then there's the axe head end. Very functional tool. Very solid. You can use it like a hatchet if you need to. It's not made for chopping wood but you can do that. You can do all that with it. You can do all sorts of things with it. It's solid enough you can pry with it. You could pry a crushed in door open. You can do all sorts of shit with it. It's great. I love it. And I do have a machete. I even have a World War I. I think it's German actually. It might be German bayonet from the First World War, the Great War. An old bayonet. I love it. I love it. I might have some other stuff as well. I'm not a pacifist. I enjoy collecting those sorts of things. I think maybe Team Evil has me misread on that. I don't think they understand. They're not very bright. They're not very smart at judging people. They often misread people and misjudge. They're stupid. They're el stupido. They're putos. They're putos. Who you trying to get crazy with? Essay. Don't you know I'm loco? I like getting in their heads and under their skin. I like haunting evil. I like haunting the demons. I like haunting cockroaches. I love it. I love it. That's fun for me. That's fun for me. If you can imagine, that's fun. Do you like to have fun? A lot of people I notice these days on YouTube are miserable. Just miserable little twats. Or miserable fat twats, as the case may be, like this one here. What's up, Cynthia? It's kind of a big fat twat over here. She claims it's an open panel. Is it really an open panel, or is it just going to be her with Yolanda?
Is Cynthia grooming us? Well, I don't know. We're going to have a conversation about it tonight, Ojo. And
she always says that. Look at the crazy eyes stare, the dead-eyed stare of Cynthia. If that's not a daemon, then you don't know what a fucking daemon looks like. That's a daemon. Look at the stare there. There's nothing there behind there. Okay? Take a look at that. Look at her. Just look at her. El Stupido. Dead-eyed stare. She's a fat, miserable twat. That's what she is. Miserable. Look at this thing. Look at the eyes. Look at the lifeless eyes there. The dead-eyed stare. 1,000-yard, 1,000-cock stare. That's what it is. She's been fucked so many times. She's had her brains fucked right out of her and her spirit fucked out of her.
You're going to tell me, do you feel like I'm grooming you? Do you feel groomed?
She always says the same thing. We're going to have a conversation.
A conversation about it tonight, Ojo, and you're going to tell me, I don't know. We're going to have a conversation about it tonight, Ojo, and you're going to tell me, do you feel like I'm grooming you? Do you feel groomed? Hope so, Ojo. Nice. NPC is in the house. NPC. I'm looking for.
You got a bunch of cockroaches over there. El Perro, NPC, The lame Chuck in Tennessee, a bunch of cockroaches. Where's the open panel? Where's the link? They call it an open panel. There's no fucking link to
To having
join.
a conversation with you. I think
No link to join.
get some great topics
Having a conversation. Yeah.
that we could have. So
Yeah.
let's set that up.
Yeah.
5 by
Yeah. Having a
Groomed
conversation.
almost sounds
Having a conversation.
fun if I had long hair like a dog.
Yeah.
Funny you say that.
Having a
Joe
conversation.
says, I'm too old to blame other people. Am I type of grooming?
So it has hashtag open panel. Is it really an open panel, though? Is it really an open panel? It doesn't look like it, does it? It just looks like the two of them.
We are talking about tribes like...
Now she's pulling a Bex, putting the dictionary definition up on the screen. She's so clever, isn't she? This is what they all do these days. They read from the dictionary. Tom S. did that with the word love. Bextra Large loves to do that. Cynthia does that. They pull up the Google dictionary. Oh, wow, that's so good.
Animal. That's when Joe was hoping he would be groomed. And I do think that
she has the stupid music playing in the background.
Once upon a time in the tribes, like grooming your significant other was a form.
Where's the open panel?
Oh yeah, Gigi's page is about dogs now.
Oh, I'm gonna have to check it out.
For sure. I'll make sure to go drop it. Apparel says, yes, I have practiced many levels of grooming in regards to attire and social connections.
You can't even speak, El Perro. I have practiced many levels.
Grooming for social connections. That's interesting. I became comfortable with it and I became on stage. And then with edit. But in the beginning, I always stated,
where's the open panel? I don't see a link to join. So where's the open panel? Doesn't seem to be one, does it?
Hey, I want to stay behind the scenes. But he would always go live and would bring me.
They can't even tell the truth about their shit shows.
Up and be like, well, come to the stage. And I couldn't stand being on camera at that time. I hated it. But over time, I became comfortable with it and I became on stage. And then our connection on live became a very one of conflict. And I realized he had built me up to tear me down for content. It's what it was. It was a long game. He just needed somebody to put on a pedestal so he could tear them down later and make content out of them.
Yeah, I mean, that was something I would have conversations with other content creators, that even the concept of someone saying that they're going to use you as their muse.
Mm-hmm.
So this conversation is going to be about the positive and the negative. Cynthia and I are just going to potentially give newer chatters or people that haven't thought about it a different perspective.
How is these two old hens talking an open panel? It has hashtag open panel. They lie about everything, even their fucking live streams. They can't help but lie constantly.
Awareness as to watch.
Let's jump over to something else. Take a break from those two cockroaches, the cucarachas. Let's see some good news here from that Good News Girl channel. Good News Girl.
This blind donkey has been getting into trouble by releasing all of his friends from their stalls and hosting unauthorized barn parties. And he's even training an apprentice to do the same. Waylon Jennings arrived at Naughty Donkey Farm Sanctuary in 2018 as a scared rescue who was losing his vision due to untreated eye infections in his past. By the time he was fully blind, he'd already bonded with his best friend and mischief partner, a Nigerian dwarf goat named Willie Nelson. While the sanctuary animals roam free by day, they sleep open stalls at night for their own safety. Except for Waylon, who gets stressed when he's confined and has full run of the secured barn. He quickly taught himself to unlatch the stall doors, starting with Willie's, and started kicking off nightly barn parties involving snack raids and overturned hay feeders. Sanctuary staff members then tried adding carabiners to the latches, but Waylon still figured it out. He's even tried to teach Willie, who's still learning. When Waylon's not organizing chaos, he's doing donkey zoomies around the pasture, getting his head stuck in furniture, or otherwise causing trouble. Despite it all, the Sanctuary's founder wouldn't have it any other way, and says Sanctuary life would be way less fun without Waylon. He's loved exactly as he is. I'm Jen, and I post something positive every day.
So there you go. That's Jen, that Good News Girl channel. In case you want to share this. I'm going to drop a link in the chat room for you. There you go. Now I'm going to shift gears over to that little munchkin cell. I'll type it in the chat so that people understand. He's a munchkin cell, okay? 2 words combined into one. Munchkin cell Tom S. Gonna hop on over there. He wanted to be on my radar. He made 5 videos about me, so you're on my radar, you little munchkin cell. Here he is. Watch this. You better pee quietly or your neighbors are going to come down and knock on your door.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to address a few things. Yesterday, I made a video, and in that video, I was talking about normies, and I said something along the lines of, I noticed some truthers seem to have, there seems to be like an arrogance or like a general feeling that they're better than the normies. Realize that that might possibly be a harsh judgment, although it's not necessarily untrue. I do see it. It's just like a general resentment and hatred. And don't get me wrong, I definitely understand that. I personally have had issues, plenty of issues with normies. There's a lot that I cannot stand about them. For example, like constantly doing what they're told, going along in lockstep, going along to get along, so they conform to authoritarianism and evil, things like that. Obviously, those are things that people should be held accountable for. But my point was really more along the lines of, we're all sort of in the same boat. And while it's true that, they're not helping things by going along with by conforming to the evil of the realm, they're also mind controlled, and they don't realize that they're doing it. So there is that element of it, right? Where they don't understand that what they're doing is evil. And I think that for the most part, most people do have an inner conflict going on when things like CVID happens, and a part of them knows that that they're in the wrong. And I don't know. I'm just saying, like, the point is we could use a little bit more empathy and compassion, and just realize that.
Just more empathy and compassion. I think he's playing with a pen or something that clicks in his hand. He keeps clicking something like he's a neurotic. He just can't even make a video without making extra noise. He can't focus on something and record a 4-minute 47-second video, not even a 5-minute video without fucking around and clicking on something. He's a loser.
Empathy and compassion, and just realize that we point fingers and we make enemies out of people who don't really deserve that.
You point fingers at me. You made 5 videos about me on your channel. I didn't make anything videos about you. You point fingers. You're a piece of shit. You're a hypocrite. You're a loser. You're a Munchkin cell loser.
They don't really deserve that. I know some people in the truther community would disagree with me, and that's fine. I'm just expressing how I feel about it. There's a problem of people harboring resentment and putting the blame on people when there's
a problem with him. He has low testosterone. He's low T. He's a low T soy boy Munchkin cell. And he should be squashed. You'd never say shit to people's face, you little fucking Munchkin cell.
this truth that even though they are facilitating an environment of evil, they're still a victim of it. You know what I mean? Like they're still prisoners here with us, and we can form gangs and fight each other, and behave like with a tribalist mindset, or we can get along and try to communicate. You're not gonna get through to people by yelling and screaming at them. They're not going to respond to that. That's not going to help your correspondence. And that's just the way I feel about it. If you don't agree with me, then you don't agree with me. It's okay. Maybe there is value to that sort of like that.
Here comes the value again. Paul the slave uses that. They all use this. Their value. There's value in what they're doing. There's no value in your fucking babbling, you little Munchkin cell. There's no value in this shit. I'm gonna give him a thumbs down. 8 views 1 hour ago. Nobody watches your shit unless you're talking about me. Then you get 400 views.
That heavy-handed, tough love kind of thing. Some people respond to that. So I'm not saying there's no value in it. I'm just saying that, just don't hold resentment in your heart. It's not good for anybody. It can make a villain out of you. So that was it. I just wanted to address that. I also wanted to address a few other things, but I don't really feel great, so I'm just gonna post this and that'll be that.
He hasn't been feeling great for a while now. I wonder what happened. It's almost like he's cursed and now he feels sick all the time.
Sorry if I offended anybody. That wasn't my intention, or to make anybody upset. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one.
I agree. I agree with you, Anna Faye. Look at this retard. 8 views in 1 hour. Nobody's watching you unless he makes a video about me. Like his Hi Steven video, 308 views. The Sanity Machine problem video he made, 400 views. 400 views on Hi Steven, 406 views. So when he's making videos about me, he gets 400 views. When he's making other shit videos, he's getting 50 views and 90 views. He's getting somewhere between 4 to 8 times as many views as soon as he mentions the Sanity Machine. Because I'm a hot topic. I'm a hot commodity. They want to talk about me. That's what they want to do. They want to fixate on me. Look at the views difference. They want to fixate on me. They want to fixate on me. Fixate on me. He must live in a very shitty place if he's worried about people hearing him. He's pathetic. What a loser he is. Let's go from one loser to another loser. Let's check out this loser. all the way across in South Africa.
Hey guys, I want to thank everyone for liking my videos, sharing my videos,
My
commenting on my
videos, my
videos.
videos,
Keep on
my videos,
suggesting the topics
my
that you would
videos,
like me to talk about.
my videos.
I will talk about another topic that was suggested towards the end of this video.
My videos.
I've just watched this movie called Sinners. A lot of people seem to like that movie. I see why they like it. I don't like it very much, but I see why people like it. There's a lot of things that I picked up from the movie. My favorite part of the movie, not really my favorite, but I'll say my favorite quote from the movie was when this guy who was a musician was approached by vampires, and they asked him if they can give him the gift of immortality. You know, if they can bite him and give him the gift of immortality, there will be no pain, there will be no suffering, and he'll live forever. He will never get.
Talking pineapple is back. The talking pineapple. Talking pineapple is back. Here we go.
Sick, you know, he'll live forever enjoying his life. I like the guy's response. He was like, I've seen enough of this place. I felt like he was speaking for most people. Like, people have actually seen enough of this place.
Oh, really? He was speaking for most people. So they say most people have had enough of this place. Really? Doesn't seem that way to me. Look at all the Cocoa Puffs on the side of his face. What are all those Cocoa Puffs there? See all those? What is all that? What is all that on his skin?
Isn't that how many people feel? But maybe they can't.
Listen to this. He thinks that's how many people feel. He's speaking for the world now. This guy's speaking for the world, how they feel.
Put it into words. Isn't that the reason why people lack motivation to do a lot of things? Remember when you were a kid, you had motivation to do whatever, bro. Smallest shit made you happy. I remember I saw a video on TikTok. So this other lady, I think she was cutting something. She was cutting something, holding a baby. I don't remember what she was cutting, but every time she would cut it, the baby would laugh. You see that the baby is joyous, right? The baby knows nothing. You know, there's still a lot to see. What sucks is that as we get older, we don't get to see what we hope to see. Like it gets to a point where people are just like, they see enough of what they don't like, and that kills that spark that they used to have. You know, that zeal that they used to have, that enthusiasm that they used to have, that excitement. Like, you know what I mean? Because we experience a lot of what we do not like. So when the guy said, I've seen enough of this place, I thought of a lot of people that I know. I'd be like, isn't that how they actually feel? But they don't really know how to say it. And we live in a society that's cult-like. In this society, it already has been decided that if you are not happy, it means there's something wrong with you. If you are tired, it means that there's something wrong with you. Like, you could, like, if you ever feel like you've seen enough of this place, you something is wrong with you. Know what I mean? That's a cult-like mentality. Because in a cult, it's already decided what should be believed, what is true, right? You look at religion, you're not supposed to question things. You're not supposed to be like, okay, yeah, man, I do think God was an asshole for killing a lot of people. You know, yeah, you evil. If you say that, I think we shouldn't be hating on people who we shouldn't judge people who have tattoos. You know, like the world is changing. Like they want to stick to their old because it's a cult. You see, whoever created the a cult, whoever creates a cult, they are the ones who will be in power forever. Whether they, even if they're not longer with us, they will still, like, people will still believe what they believe. Like, they would still believe in their ideas, right? So that's how it is in this society. Like, there are a lot of things that are wrong, but we're not changing because it's a cult-like society. They tell you what's good, what's evil, what's right, what's wrong. They tell you how to feel, what you think. If you do not think in a way that society accepts, right? Like, if you think in a way that makes you different, you are insane. So of course, you know, people, as they get older, they actually lose the zeal that they used to have for life, because they're experiencing a lot of what they do not like. Like, they're not really free to truly be themselves, to define what life is, to you know, to try to understand what is going on in their own way, right? We're all forced to be a certain way. So that gets to a point where people are tired, bruh. Like, damn, because it's there's a reason why, whether people say this directly or not, there's a reason why everyone who's intelligent will, like, tell you that it's kind of like they feel like there's some kind of a prison. This feels like some kind of a hell. Like, there's something wrong. Even the people who are positive, if they're intelligent, like, they will tell you. They just won't tell you that directly. There's a reason why we feel like that.
He just waffles on and talks about how we feel. Why doesn't he just speak for himself?
Does Jack allow it? Am I wrong for saying I find it kind of, to some degree, a sick degree, I find it to be entertaining. It's partly to test me, Sammy. I think this is it. I think I am testing myself, seeing how much can I take. But then I got to remember that while I'm doing that, I'm subjecting you guys to this nonsense as well. And I don't want you to feel not bad. I want you to feel good, man, because that's what life's about. Finding unity beyond duality. I don't have it clear in my mind, but a quote from Thich Nhat Hanh. In the field beyond right and wrong is a place where I can meet you. We meet for peace, beyond right and wrong, beyond the light and dark. We unite with the wholeness and the unity of that which is. See, and I know these words are true. It's a matter of, I guess, explaining them well enough. But God is the truth. Every one of us has a relationship with God. Every one of us has a relationship with the truth. And to know the truth, though, to know the truth, you must walk with love, for it is love that leads. It's love is the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit leads to the awareness of the divine truth. We have everything we need as men and women here on earth to live quite differently. We have everything we need to live with a life of love, of transparency, of cooperation, of care, where we're not constantly trying to punish each other, trying to battle and diminish each other. Snafu, I'm talking to you. You can be the very first. Will you try? Will you try and change
I
with
was
me?
kind of wishing that when Venus Cupcake fell off the horse, she would have got kicked in her face to fix the ugly mug she has.
What is going
That's what I was
on?
thinking about. I wasn't listening.
Why?
Go ahead. What were you
Why?
saying? Love,
Why are
love,
you
love
so
fixes
bitter?
all.
You're so
Don't.
bitter.
Let me ask you, Jack. A life coach who won't coach, a life coach who is homeless,
Won't coach
basically.
you.
No. Here's the deal. You don't coach nothing. You have no one to share. Your own family left you. You're such a great father and life coach. You can't even coach your family to be a family. You
Yeah.
lost. You're a loser.
Snafu.
No, my question. This
Snafu.
is a
Wait,
serious
whoa,
question.
whoa.
This is a serious question. How do you expect to get rid? Okay, you could Nazi block here. You could play your things, but when you say you got involved with Trump or anything, you don't think my emails or the crews is going to say, "Hey, look at Jack. He's been accused of rape. Look at Jack. He's been accused of making. Look at Jack in the cup."
Yep, Snafu. Jack has been accused. You should look at the character flaws of those who are accusing me, as well as the flaws that you find in me. Because Snafu, you're evidence. This is a glorious, and I didn't, excuse me, I didn't pin the comment. D, no, I actually do not enjoy being abused. I missed it. There was a comment.
Gee, I can testify too. I've been caught up in way too much too.
Right. I mean, that's part of the grooming here on these channels too. You know, people tell you their sob stories and you feel bad for them.
Mhm.
And then you potentially start to get to know them if you're having conversations outside of the YouTube platform. If you're talking to, you give them your number, you're talking in Discord, you're talking in Telegram. And again, it's really hard sometimes to hear these stories of how people get their identity stolen, or they get a lot of money. They lose a lot of money trying to help people out. So, just be aware.
Definitely be aware. And if it doesn't feel good, go with that. Trust that. Understand that. Don't let people talk you out of that. Michael says it's all I can't say that word. Derivative.
She can't even say derivative. She can't pronounce derivative.
What am I saying it right?
Listen to these low IQers.
Of poor family upbringing where the child internalizes emotions. That understand that. Don't let people talk you out of that. Michael says it's all I can't say that word. Derivative. What am I saying it right?
Derivative. You're no genius, Cynthia. You're a dummy.
Right. Of poor family upbringing where the child internalizes emotions as bad due to having their needs denied to the point that they develop avoidance of correction and dopamine addiction. So true. So many times people, one time I was on a panel and a guy's father had just died, and he came up and he was just like, my dad just died. And the panel host was like, I don't give a fuck. Don't bring that shit to my page. And I was like, oh my gosh. Some people don't know how to deal with their own emotions.
That's why I'm so thankful, Cynthia, that you and I have been able to collaborate with each other, because you can tell as long as you and I have spent and invested our own personal time in these things, that people do need to come back to their humanity. Mm-hmm. and get outside of the character that they've created for themselves, and
Absolutely.
just be themselves. Luckily for me, this far into the scheme of things, I haven't created a character yet. But time will tell.
Unfortunately, I became the character. I was like, oh, namaste the fuck away. Says, I love this conversation. You two are vibing great off one another. Thank you. and we definitely agree with you. Don't judge me. So happy to see you. She says that she loves this topic. Oh, I like the topic. I just added a love. She really meant love. I love this topic. Well, thank you.
You just groomed her.
My bad. My bad, Jim. I didn't mean to.
Well, I mean, again, it's not a bad thing. We're just aware. Just be aware of what the hell we're doing
I'm
out here.
sorry.
You know?
Look at me. This internet is not normal. But it's not normal because we know a world before this. However, to our younger generations, the ones that need to hear these conversations, whether they hear them now or later, to them, this is normal. This is the normal world, which is sad to me because I see the comment getting ready to come up. I said things I shouldn't have said, so have I. I've done stuff I shouldn't have done, so have I. I've also apologized, and it seems that Gigi cannot apologize enough. That's not true, Gigi. You apologize once, and it's up to them if they can receive it or not.
That's right. That's a really good feedback on that. You can apologize to a person, and you have no control over whether or not they're going to accept your apology, and you can't beat yourself up over it. And that's part of the anxiety and depression that can follow along with engaging with these people online. And another good thing to do is to just completely take yourself away from that channel. Create that boundary, as hard as it is, and as much as you have that fear of missing out, leave it, because your mental hygiene is important. You are important. So if it's taking away, if it's making you anxious, that's never a good sign.
Oh, yeah. Earlier, I dropped a link in my chat, and it was that show I was watching about social media addiction, and it was just interesting to see how addicted they were to live streaming. It was more than their addiction to live streaming. I'll drop it again, and then I put it in the bad chat for Yolanda to drop at the Mad Chatter. Again, we are streaming on 2 different pages, so please make sure to hit the like button as you guys come on in. And I'm glad to hear that y'all are enjoying these conversations. We try not to talk about them too much behind the scenes so we can have these conversations publicly. DJM says we are losing empathy because of social media, and that's what scares me the most. The other day I had a conversation with Chuck, and I appreciated the honesty in his conversation. And he said sometimes he doesn't even think about it when people get upset by the things he's saying. And that was so honest, and I appreciated that. But that was also probably one of the saddest things I think I've ever heard, because how do you not think about the other person that you're having the conversation with? Like, are my words being received? You know, how is this affecting? Like, earlier when El Perro was like, they don't even know the words that they use.
Well, what you just said earlier too, that's the emotional manipulation that people will use on you for their content. So it is these kinds of channels like you and I have are good for people that are a little confused with that and don't have enough experience to gauge the frustration from that. Because I know for me in the very beginning, I was called a toxic feminine energy. I was called a feminist. I was called a bitch. I was called a hoe, all sorts of things. And I thought, holy shit, what the hell? I feel like I did tap into a whole other state of, someone called it spurgatory.
Oh, yeah.
Here in Spurg out. Then I thought, that's the perfect thing to call these when you come into the internet, is people's damn spurgatory.
Michael says social media is also the playground for narcissistic people. So if you are more codependent or a giver, you will get sucked up dry if you aren't cautious. Boy, Michael, I fall for it every time. It's the love bombing phase. Like, I love it. I can't wait for the next one because I'm prepared.
Yeah, I just did a couple of streams on
Thank
different
you.
traits of narcissists on here. So it's a good awareness to have on these different
Absolutely.
personality traits. I do know that we have people asking about the link.
Yes, we're definitely. I was scrolling to the comments. Thankfully, the comments are coming faster that I can get to them. Gigi, I am so happy you're finding resolution, and I'm glad you are sharing with us. There needs to be an AI Al-Anon meeting for for you.
That's what we're having right now.
Right.
Yep.
Hank, we are losing empathy because we are exposed to the worst people more often. It has to do with urbanization than media. Open panel. Yes, we're about to open the panel up. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and drop the link here. If you guys want to come up and give your thoughts or perhaps share your experience with being groomed on YouTube, or just how you've learned or what you've learned from YouTube. I dropped the StreamYard link in my chat. Did you? I don't think I can drop it in your chat.
No, I'm gonna drop it here.
Nah, son. No, always good. She says, you're right. The panel has now been opened myself. Gigi says, I'm really proud of myself, and I'm hardly proud of myself, but I've kept hands to myself over the years. Right, the panel has now been opened myself. Gigi says, I'm really proud of myself, and I'm hardly proud of myself, but I've kept hands to myself.
I don't see the link. Does anybody see the link over there? If they could copy it for me into my chat, because I think she has me hidden. I do not see the link in her chat anywhere.
Over the years now, no fights, no, not once. Yes, Gigi comes from the biker lifestyle. She has a very interesting story. Why don't you review my mail? You claim that others have obsession with you, yet you're lurking here. Is he? I'm sure he is. I took myself to meditation class, and I've started walking the dogs at the dog park with my boyfriend and his dogs. And we're riding on weekends. Oh, I bet you're right. It's a beautiful weather. Absolute beautiful weather. The link is now been pinned and dropped at both the channels. If anybody wants to come up and chit chat. Also, Yolanda, didn't you look up some tools that we can use? And our first guest is the one, the only Hank in the house.
Hey, Hank.
Hello, Chica.
What are you doing?
Hola, buenos noches.
Oh,
Hey, Mom.
hang on. We have somebody new. I'm not sure who it is, so I'm going to put a banner up. Where's the banner?
St. Stephen.
Is it? Can I get a mic check?
So,
Hello.
No, I know you need to say something.
No, Sandy Machine is watching you. The Sandy Machine is watching you right now.
Frustration.
Okay, thank you.
What's the response? What's the response?
Of course he
What's
is.
it?
Zebra and Inspector Tarek.
Thank you. Tell him I
No.
said thank you, and to make sure he drops the my YouTube channel and the Mad Chatters YouTube channel page. Thank you.
No. Let me tell you something about the Sandy Machine. I have sent numerous emails to him in response to a video which actually debunks him. Yet he refuses to review that mail. Can you please tell him, be a man and respond to my mail? I sent him numerous videos. Tell
All
him.
right.
Tell him, be a man.
I sure will. Thank you. Bye. Awesome. And he's now left the building. I do appreciate you coming up. You getting kicked wasn't personal. It wasn't on topic. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, even bringing that individual up That's a really good example of somebody that is grooming you to stay in a lower state of consciousness, right?
Right. But that's what I was thinking too. It says he's not Cindy. Hey, Zepra, how are you?
Yeah, you already did this bit. It's obviously Inspector Tarek, the cookie zebra.
No, it wasn't. Yeah. The zebra crew is growing, I see. What do you think, Hank? What do you think about the grooming of YouTube? How do you feel about this?
I'm not sure there's much grooming for YouTube. I mean, the only reason I'm here is because I exhausted a whole bunch of my other options in meat space because people just regularly just use me to do this
and other YouTube channels that just have chaos. And for instance, one of them would be King Steven. Now, I know that King Steven wants to come up here. And I know that he wants to say horrible things and pretend that he comes in good faith, but he doesn't. What do y'all think?
Well, in my experience, and this is I'm only speaking for myself, it's definitely a person that comes with bad faith and is duplicitous. So even though I've invited him to one of my streams only for him to turn around and talk major smack about me afterwards. So, that's his content. He's choosing to create content to groom his audience to shit talk us and to hate on us because he's in his feelers all the time. That's his means of entertainment, is this constant negativity being shown to people for hours upon hours.
Namaste. Okay, don't judge me says he's part of the community. Bring him up. Well,
no, actually, he says he's not a part of the community.
Oh, he
says
does? Oh,
right?
Yeah, he does
okay.
say that.
Oh, okay. Well, then he's not a part of the community.
I mean, it's entirely up to you, but he says himself that
I've
he's
never had a good experience with them. Like, never.
I've had good experience with him, but he's not that impressive.
Okay. Hey, King Steven.
Hello, geniuses. Hello.
Hi.
So, what is your experience with YouTube?
Why is the banner up? I don't understand what you're afraid of.
Everything's subject to change. I'm just letting people know.
Oh. You just seem fearful. You should let your
No.
guard down if you're going to have a conversation.
Okay.
I don't porn bomb. Do you realize that? Is your IQ high enough to understand? I've
Oh
never
my gosh,
porn
he
bombed.
accidentally purposely dropped him. I don't know what happened. It's so bizarre. I don't know what happened. We're gonna have to work on this.
She kicked me off. She's afraid. She kicked me off her show. She's afraid. Rashawn, you're very confused and you don't pay attention. I said multiple times I couldn't see the link because Cynthia has me hidden. I realize you're new to YouTube, but you got to start paying attention. I wouldn't ask for the link if I could see it at the top. So no, it was not at the top for me, Rashawn. Okay? Just like Hank and others said the exact same thing. I don't need people parroting the same thing. All right? I hope you catch on. When I say I can't see the link, it's because I can't see it because somebody has me hidden, including the host of their show. Okay? So you can see it on your screen, but I couldn't see it to click on until Hank posted it over there in the chat. So it wasn't on the top like always for me, because she has me hidden. So I couldn't see anything that Cynthia posted on her show in her chat or pinned. That's how it works. I'm not trying to be condescending, but you got to pay attention and trust that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So no, it wasn't at the top for me, as I showed on the screen. The link wasn't there for me at all. It was there for others, but not for me. Anyway, they showed what cowards they are. Hank and Don't Judge Me, and a couple people said it's pinned at the top. Well, not if you're hidden. You got to get used to knowing how these YouTube options work. Otherwise, you're just saying shit that's not helpful at all. All right? I know how to look for a pinned comment. I've been on YouTube for over 15 years and run this channel for years. I'm not stupid. I was asking for the link from someone other than Cynthia because her typing, I couldn't see anything that she types because she has me hidden. I hope that's clear now to people. But I think people are kind of drifting in and out. They're not really paying attention. If you're on my show and not paying attention, my advice is don't type in the chat. If you're not really paying attention to the show, don't say something because it's not helpful, because you're not paying attention. You don't know what you're talking about then. So hold off on typing, because I just don't want to deal with that constantly. I can go to other channels and see Don't Judge Me and other people typing stuff that doesn't add up at all. If I wanted that. Okay? I've dealt with this before. If I say I can't see the link, it's because I literally can't see it on my screen, even if it shows up for you. It's not all the same, because Cynthia doesn't have you hidden, but she has me hidden. Okay? Maybe you'll learn eventually, maybe not. I don't know. There's people that have been on YouTube for years, like Hank and Don't Judge Me and others over there, that don't know that. They still haven't learned that. Simple, but they haven't learned. They probably never will.
This is a Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of NASDAQ and S&P 500. Global reserves are shifting, exposing cracks in the monetary.
So this is a big channel. If you want to go watch commercials, go over here. A lot of people are talking about this channel. They've even mentioned it on my channel, this Inspired channel. It's verified by YouTube. He has advertisements selling gold, sponsors, all kinds of shit. This is a paid sponsor. You want to go to a big channel that you think is going to help you, you go right ahead. I'll drop the link in my chat for this channel. Go over there and get your mind programmed right out of you. Get your brains fucked right out of you. That's what people seem to want. They want to be programmed.
System. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a
This is his paid sponsor for gold that lasts almost a minute, the start of his video.
Synchronicity, because I shared about upgrades and downloads that I wanted to share a little bit what's been going on, why we were off the air. Physically, it was literally physically impossible to do this. But I want to speak a little bit about upgrades and downloads that usually happen during such times. And it all started, I'm putting this together in hindsight, but it all started with a dream about 10 days ago, maybe a little longer. And in that dream, I think something was confirmed to me that I've been theorizing about, thinking about, and researching for quite some time now. And there was an incredible synchronicity because I shared the stream. I'm going to talk about this in a moment here. I shared the stream with a few other people, and they were having the exact same experience at the same time on the other side of the world, which was quite interesting. But at any rate, in my dream, it was the same. I was the same person, same age, same everything. So I was literally in the same reality as I'm right now talking to you. And in this reality, I knew that my grandma had passed on last year. And I was scrolling through my phone in that dream, wanted to call her number, not because I wanted to talk to her, but because I wanted to hear her voice on the answering machine. Because like I said, I knew she had passed away. And so I dial the number, and she actually picks up and starts talking to me. And I wasn't really shocked. It's more like, oh, they've changed the timeline again. That was my first thought. Oh, they're changing the timeline. Something has shifted. And in that same dream, there was another instance that showed me that timelines are being shifted. And I woke up middle of the night, and for the next hour or so, I was, what it feels like when the hairs on your neck stand up, and it was like that on my entire body. And I could feel, now this is out there, but I'm going to share it with you because I think it's significant. I could feel that the past was being changed in that period where I was awake. I could feel it. I could feel that was actually what was happening. And it has been my theory, and I've talked about this on the air quite a few times. It has been my theory that I would say nefarious players are shifting, subtly changing things in the past to stifle or slow down or change the direction of the awakening, if you will, of consciousness rising and people seeing truth and stopping or slowing down that momentum. And I think they've been doing it for a long time. I think it's why we have these periods where we feel we're almost there, we're passing a threshold, and then we wake up one morning and it's like it's gone. It's like that momentum is gone. And I've experienced it so many times over the years, especially since 2012. Like so often that has happened, and I've always thought that something has shifted in the past. Sorry, we're still coughing around here. That something was shifted in the past, and in this time period of about an hour during that night, I actually got a few significant downloads, and I'm going to share them with you. And this is territory where I can't say I've researched this and I've uncovered some evidence and facts. This is literally what came to me. So take it with a grain of salt. What came to me was that we're dealing with entities within our realm that have had the kind of technology that can go into what we perceive to be the past and change things. And it's what I received was that it's quite a sort of a finicky thing, that you have to be very careful. If you change too little, nothing's really going to shift in the present. If you change too much, the discrepancy between memories and emotional memories and reality becomes too big, and people lose their minds and their shit. So sort of a finicky thing. But the people or the entities that are doing it from within our realm, they're sort of have to do it by hand, if you will. It's quite primitive, actually. And then I saw the second element of this, which is maybe the entities who are ultimately controlling this realm from outside. They have, for the lack of a better term, a kind of AI. Of course, that's light years ahead of what we have here now. And they can basically run scenarios and see how subtle shifts that they make in our perceived past will.
No such thing as light years. He also calls this a prison planet. I'm going to list a few things in the chat because I know people have short attention spans, and I'm starting to get tired of that. But this guy believes in karma. in good entities, in this being a planet, and plenty more. So if you want to go to his channel, I'm going to help you out. I'm going to drop a link for this great big channel with 567,000 subscribers. You can go there and get your brains fucked out of you. If you want big channels, you go right over there. He opens up advertising for gold. You can go follow an Alex Jones Jr. channel, and that's how stupid a lot are on YouTube. And I'm tired of trying to help the stupid. If you're that stupid, go there to his channel. You don't belong here. Go over there. I don't want you here if you're at that level. I'm not trying to help the ones that are too stupid anymore. If you're that dumb, go there. Go to his channel. I don't want you here. There's the link. Okay, that's the link for Inspired channel. Go there. Go get your brains fucked out of you.
Will project into the future and what changes they can get. And so they are doing it too, and those two groups of entities aren't always up to par. They're sometimes at odds with each other. You know, the group within this realm here is very much doing it for short-term gains or short-term, if you will, relief from the pest that we are with our constant truth seeking and expansion. And they are just looking to slow things down. Now, the others from outside this realm, what I saw and received, it is a much more a long game, and they're really projecting longer into the future and trying to make these alterations. I next morning, you know, that was a very intense night for me. I could feel it physically as well. And I was pretty certain that my body was going to need some integration time. And so, you know, I did get sick, as you can hear. And we were both down, actually. It was quite intense. But I did send an email the next morning to our friends, you know, to David Icke and his partner, Christiana. And I sort of explained what was going on and the download that I had received. And she immediately shot back an email like 2 minutes later and said, "Oh my God, I can't even believe you're having this experience and you've had this download. We're literally right now talking about the same thing." They call it astral algorithm, and it's, you know, it's the same exact principle. They just, you know, have found this term, which I think is very fitting. So what I walked away with and sort of the period of integration afterwards was that this is something that if we are not aware of it, it can drive us crazy and insane, because we have emotional memories, sometimes even real memories of something.
I'm gonna jump in here. He runs a big channel. You should go over there. Just listen to him. Do whatever he says. He's going to be famous like David Icke one day, this guy. If he says get a download and believe the entities, just fucking follow it. He's a big channel. He must know what he's talking about. Look at how many subscribers he has. Upgrade. He's saying you're getting upgraded. You're getting upgrades, and take the download. How stupid and gullible are people? I can't stop the gullible, and I can't help them. Many in this realm are foobar. You're on your own. Go to the big channels. Get your mind scrambled by this. By someone making a ton of money off YouTube. Surely you can trust them when they're selling you shit. Surely.
That potentially was sometimes erased from the past. So we still remember, at least in some ways, we remember something, but we can't find the evidence any longer because it was erased or changed in our timeline. And what I have noticed is that, having experienced this over and over again, I retain some of those memories. And I retain even the visuals of, you know, maybe large groups of people gathering together, you know, raising the energy together. and then history shows that it didn't really happen, or it didn't happen at the time. So what I think that is happening is that the more awake you are in your journey, the higher
He thinks he's awake. He's so awake that he's getting downloads from entities. He's really awake.
you raise your own consciousness, the easier it is for you to retain those memories. Because this, you know, this is a mind fuck, really, if you think about it. I mean, this is so easy to dismiss this as something that, you know, you just, John, you're just going crazy. But we're not the only ones having this experience. And of course, you could think about the Mandela effect as maybe something like that, a similar phenomenon. However, everything that we become aware of and that we can integrate into our being, and that we can sort of think about calmly and in a sort of rational way, we can learn to not just accept that these things might be happening, but more importantly, what can we do to counteract them? Because I do think that the inevitability, ultimately the inevitability of consciousness rising is clear to everyone. But these entities have been at it for a very, very long time, and they have certain advantages, especially those who are looking into this realm from outside. They have the luxury of no time, so they, you know, they retain their knowledge, they retain their experience, they retain their observations over centuries and millennia, and that is a huge advantage. But I think that ultimately everyone is aware that once consciousness reaches, you know, a certain level again, nothing can really counteract that anymore. And you know, this is sort of what's been coming through over the last days very clearly. Not easy, a lot of physical pain to go through, but that is also something that I wanted to share, which is the not just the download part, but the upgrade part. And the upgrades we're receiving in different ways, right? If you think about it on a very logical level, we are dealing with a ramp up of electromagnetic frequencies that is unheard of, you know, at the speed of light. Literally, they're adding frequencies and bandwidths of frequencies, and they're adding technology that just beams this at us 24/7, even in rural areas. And so our bodies are, you know, on the one hand, we're trying to sort of shield ourselves from that, right? That's why we talk about things like FLFE, which is so powerful in mitigating the EMF. But on the other hand, we, you know, for the time being, until we can change course more drastically, we have to adjust, right? I mean, we either adjust or we die. You know, that's the story of the human. Either we assimilate or we die of the effects. And so our bodies are literally learning at lightning speed how to deal with these EMFs, and how to still maintain energy, how to, you know, still repair cells, how to keep clear thoughts. And all of these things are quite challenging. But just so you know, I know that a lot of people are getting sick more often, and have been in the last 5 years specifically. And I just never used to get sick. Since the rollout of 5G in 2020, it has become more often, and I'm sort of, you know, learning to accept that this is literally upgrades, and every single time I receive very clearly what the upgrades are about and why they're happening. So you know, that's another thing to just keep in mind, that, you know, we have to be patient with ourselves. We are dealing with a, you know, maybe we are in the final stages of an epic, very, very old, very, very long battle. And we are, you know, we're doing all these things simultaneously. I think we need to give ourselves credit for everything that's being thrown at us, and we're still here, and we're still kicking, and we're still doing it, and you're still showing up. And that is a testament to the spirit, you know, that's driving this avatar. So those were sort of the last 10 days. We're going to take it a little slower, getting back in the swing of things here. Still, you know, still have some loopy hours where my brain's in a strange state. Still need more rest. But I really felt like I wanted to talk about.
If you feel sick, that means you're getting upgraded and you're awakening, according to this guy. I really want people to click on that link and join this channel. I think there are some people tuned into my channel where they're out of place. They don't belong. They would resonate better with this guy's channel. I think they would resonate better with him. It's a much bigger channel. There's a lot more comments, 130 comments on this video. There's a lot of stuff for sale over there. I think this would interest people as well. There's a lot of things you could spend your money on. You can support his work by buying him a coffee. He really should have a join a membership club, though. I don't know if this guy does any live streams, but he's selling gold and silver. InspiredMoneyGold.com. Noble Gold. That's who he trusts, who I trust, it says. And then he says there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. Invest your money with him. There's a lot of ways you can spend your money over there, which seems to be what people want. He's got a merch collection. There's a lot going on over there. Okay? He's not just some country bumpkin hick. He's running a business. And that's what people want. They want truth to be a business. That's what they want. It's what they want. And they show it all the time. And I know some of you baby truthers will say, all those numbers are fake, Stephen. All of his views are fake. All of his subs are fake. These are all bots in his comments. Nobody actually watches his stuff. That's the paranoid dummy level baby truther that I don't want around me, here in this life and beyond here. I don't want you around me. I don't want stupid people every 10 seconds to annoy me. I don't want that around me. I've had enough of that in my life. I've tried my best to find intelligent people that are thoughtful, that think before they speak, but it's very difficult in this realm. Most people love to be stupid and dumb and just spew out nonsense that's annoying. That's what most people do. And they'll defend shit. Defenders of shit is what humanity is. Defenders of shit, lies, slavery, this realm, hell realm, suffering, Stockholm Syndrome slaves is what most are going to remain. And I know most people will say, I learned a lot from you, Stephen. I learned that this is a hell realm and not to go into the light, and they'll take a few little basic things, and you didn't pay attention to most of what I've said in the vast majority of my videos. If you think it's that simple that, oh, as long as I know it's a hell realm and don't go into the light, you must be a simpleton, because I've said a hell of a lot more than that. You must be a simpleton. And there are some here on my channel that think they have it all figured out already. You're simple. Good luck to you. I don't want you around me. Okay? There's reasons for that. Whatever you are that makes you that simple, to think that you have it all figured out, summing it up like Kripali and saying, well, he just talks about hell realm and sealing the demons. They take a few talking points out of thousands of videos and they simplify it down. I don't want you around me if you're like that. I'm trying to be very clear about it. If you're that simple, you don't stand a chance if you stay that simple of getting out of here. Not a chance. And you're not paying attention. Some of you are just tuned in. You don't pay attention. You might as well not be watching. Go watch something else. This isn't for you. You don't belong here. Go away. Just like the trolls. Go away. I don't want you. I don't want everyone around me. I don't want lazy-minded people around me that tune in for 2 minutes and then go flip to another channel. I don't want that. I like people that have an attention span and a mind and focus. things that are unusual in this realm. Some of you can't even realize that. You'll just say, well, my family's brainwashed. Why don't you look at beyond that and look at their focus and attention span? Look a little bit deeper than what you've done. Some of you just don't look very deeply, and you don't realize it until someone points it out. Most of you are in a trance, and I'm including a lot that come to my channel. You're just in a trance. That's what you look like to me. You look like someone that if you went to an art gallery afterwards, I'd say, which paintings did you enjoy the most? You wouldn't be able to name any. You just spent 2 hours wandering through a fucking huge gallery or museum. Just like on my channel, I say, what videos are your favorites? People can't name any. You've been here, but you're not you're just out of it. You're in a trance. So be it. Better luck next lifetime. You're going to get recycled. And you did it to yourself because you didn't fucking pay attention. You didn't learn you don't know how to pay attention. Some of you are just tuned in, you're multitasking, you're fucking whatever, you're eating, you're talking on the phone, you're doing this. You don't focus on what's being shared. So go hop in the bin. Here's your destination. Congratulations. Congratulations. You earned it.
About this today and share this with you, what's been happening. I call it the temporal tamperings, the messing with time. And I don't think it's a new phenomenon, but I think that as we are expanding and as we are raising our consciousness, we are tapping into more ways to sense things, right? We don't just have our physical senses, we're tapping into the invisible,
you're raising your consciousness with this guy,
the non-physical part of us, and we can
channels like his. That's where some of you belong, and I don't feel sorry for you. You've had chance after chance after chance in this realm to actually learn something, but I don't think you are. I really don't. Most people are not learning anything in this realm, including ones that say, well, I tune into your show, but you don't pay attention enough to learn anything. So be it. Here's this video, Leaving Humanity. She believes that she's leaving humanity behind. This chick believes that she's awake. Look at all the views she's getting, 39,000 views. This is content that people want. She has members-only content. Oh, this is great. This is great stuff. You can book a one-on-one session with her and pay her. Fantastic stuff. She's got a website, Awakening Swag. This is good stuff. Here's some of her stuff right here. Let That Shit Go is one of her shirts. Let That Shit Go. And Nirvana. Not the band. Nirvana, this guy has on. This sparse beard guy here, this soy boy here with the bun. He's got his hair in a bun and a sparse beard. This is what people should go buy and follow and watch. Here's her swag. She sells all this stuff. Rumi, don't go back to sleep. This is great stuff. This is great stuff. New age crap. It's great stuff.
So my relationship with this platform, with YouTube, is entering the next stage of its iteration. And that's
Give her money. Give her money. Join her channel. This is great stuff. Book a one-on-one session with her. You can book a one-on-one session with her. Hollow Bone Ranch. Working with Jennifer. This is great stuff. Pricing. That's not bad. $75 an hour. One-on-one, 1 hour, $90. Wait a second. This is good stuff. I think you people should support this. I'm going to drop a link to her channel, her YouTube channel. I think some of you dummies should just go support this shit. You shouldn't be here. You're on the wrong channel. I think some people are on the wrong channel. I really do. This would be better for you. This would be something you resonate more with, I think. Okay?
So there comes a point, it may happen, in stages, or you may have have layers to this sinking in, but a point of really realizing the cost of awakening. And really viscerally feeling the fact that what's happening is that you're leaving humanity behind and you're never going to come back. At first, that was really painful for me. Because all I had ever really wanted in my life was to feel like I belonged, to feel accepted, to really feel unconditionally loved. To just feel like normal, whatever that means. Whatever idea I had of what that meant. But this is truly leaving humanity behind. You leave the dream behind and humanity goes with it. The state of humanity goes with it. The ability to engage with humanity in the same way. The ability to placate people's beliefs or the ability to placate the dream or prop up the dream in any way. That dissolves. And the drama, the ability to engage with drama or gossiping about people or really talking about other people at all, honestly. It's just not interesting. But even talking about your own drama and stories, because the belief in that goes. When the belief in that goes, the belief in all of it goes. You see through this dream, it's the only really dream there is. It's just the whole thing pops and there's no longer an ability to engage in the same way. And, just here recently I've been spending, life has kind of pushed me to be around people more after being in the woods alone for so long. And it's been really different, but really beautiful in a way. Really beautiful, because there's just such an intimacy. The place that you connect with others from is totally different. I don't really find it that I'm able to listen to the words much anymore. It's listening below that. There's an energetic movement just below that. And that's primary. That's primary. Paying attention to the words and the beliefs and the fixations or the dream is really challenging, actually. It's very emotionally, or not emotionally, it's very energetically taxing and draining. It can still be done, you know, but the interest in it isn't really there anymore. But, you know, I've had opportunities to be around people more, and you know, I went to a wedding this past weekend, and it was really beautiful. It was really wonderful to, you know, like to be around people. And it feels so different than it used to. There's no more judgment that somebody should be a certain way, or that something should be a certain way, or that something is good or bad. It's kind of strange too. Like what I noticed is that there's really no judgment. Not even like, yeah, it's like that layer that's just below words is so primary that I almost can't really see the fixations much anymore either. Like when the fixations are strong, it's very obvious, but like I used to be really concerned about like what people thought of me, or maybe there would be like a sense of like self-consciousness or shame or worry or anxiousness, and it's not there anymore. There's just such an ease in relating. It's still very overwhelming, you know, to this system after just like being in solitude for such a long period of time, that it's really tiring, you know, to be around people. And I really have to find the space to retreat and like spend time alone when I'm around people for long periods of time especially. But something that I noticed was that there were a handful of times, this happened several times over the course of the weekend and the events that I attended for this wedding, of really just like, it felt like a metaphor, you know, for awakening, of just kind of like sitting on the sidelines. I remember Adyashanti telling a story about this too, but I just like it, like really experienced it, of kind of sitting and just looking out at this like room of people and these crowds of people, and just having this moment of just knowing that I've left that, that I can't occupy that anymore. It's not possible. Like that I will never see the world in that way again, in the old way or in the identified way. Like I will never be able to take the dream seriously again. So there is just like this kind of looking on, and it's not like a I'm better, like it's just, it's just very simple. There's a simplicity, and like, yeah, that old way, that paradigm is dead. That paradigm is dead. And so there was an acknowledgement of that, and like really feeling it, you know. But then it's like just walking right back into it, walking back into the craziness, and walking onto the dance floor, you know, and just joining in it, like joining in the humanness. And so it's like this, it just felt like this moment of just like this beautiful interplay of seeing life for what it is, and like seeing the simplicity, and seeing the dream, and seeing illusion, and seeing fixation, and it being so clear, like that's not forgotten anymore. But then this like joining into humanity, and it's like the dance of formless and form, the dance of everything and nothing, the dance of I don't know how else to explain it. Just the dance of life, the dance of truth. It's really beautiful. My nature has always been pretty quiet in social situations and a lot of observing, but I find that much more these days. There's not really a need to say things or to engage in certain ways, or there's not, and I realize all that pressure was all internal, like this internal pressure to be a certain way or to show up a certain way or to try to be perceived in a certain way, but it's just free now. It's just like this just shows up the way it shows up, and there's an ease in that, and it's so wonderful. So I guess that's humanity gets left behind, humanity's gotten left behind, but then the paradox is that there's a joining, an intimacy with humanity that couldn't be seen before. I couldn't see it through the masks. I couldn't see the absolute perfection and the freedom. Even in the fixation, even, in the face of fixation, the fixation is free. And it never wasn't free. The illusion is free. There's no need to be contrary or to try to convince anybody of anything, or to try to get somebody to see a perspective, It's just like a joining with an experience completely. There's so many of these big black carpenter ants, and I just love watching them. They're so curious. Just crawl all over you and kind of fight with each other. It's pretty awesome. They're fun to watch. And that leaving humanity behind, so I want to maybe be clear about something. So, if I had heard that some time ago, it would have sounded very alluring to me, because there probably would have been, a formulation or grasping onto an idea that leaving humanity behind meant I would have fixated on that, and I think I did for a while. I fixated on the notion of leaving humanity behind, because there was such deep suffering in me that I was like, yeah, I felt awkward in my skin and self-conscious, and there was just such a deeply embedded sense of shame and unworthiness that the notion of leaving humanity behind felt really sexy, and because I was so disconnected from humanity, from my own humanity, from my own body, from the senses. I was so disembodied, and the notion of leaving humanity behind felt really good, or felt really, I just grasped towards it. I sought it out, because I had an idea that would mean that I would get to bypass human stuff. But that's really not it at all. There's moments of just very human things coming up, in life, but the difference now is that like there could be like a, maybe like just an example, like a jealousy or something that like comes up, and it's like, oh, that, there's like a discord there. And in the past I would have kept something to myself, or like really struggled with it internally, and felt shame about something, or like created a story around an experience or an event, and just created like this world of suffering. But now it's just like something comes and then I speak it, and there's not the shame in it, there's not the insecurity in it, there's just like, even that is free. It's like in the face of leaving, when I say leaving humanity behind, it's like leaving the common state of humanity behind, but in that there's a joining with your own humanity in such an intimate way that like everything that comes is free to come. It's free to express. It's free to be shared. But the difference is that it's without story. The story is what changes. So the mind wants to create story about why something is happening, or it wants to blame somebody, or it wants to maybe like a feeling comes up. I'm going to use jealousy because that was something, that I just like an emotion or like a thing that came up. But like you see jealousy in animals, you see it in children. Like it's very natural to have things like that happen. But the mind is going to use that to reinforce a belief that like I must not be good enough, or I must not be worthy, or like to reinforce an ingrained pattern of feeling shameful, or to reinforce a story, to reinforce suffering, rather than the simplicity of, oh, there's just jealousy here and it's okay to say that. And it's what changes is it's communicated with a simplicity, and there's nothing to defend anymore. Like there's nobody here to defend. There's nobody here to be unworthy. So in that sense, like those things come and they're seen clearly, and it's just like there's a clarity and a simplicity in those movements of, in this case, jealousy, in this example, jealousy, or with sadness, or with frustration or irritation. It's just a very simple movement in the way that maybe you would see expressed in an animal. I have a cat named Midnight, who he's been such a big teacher, because their boundaries are, with anybody who has cats, if they have a boundary that you cross, you get swatted, and it's really simple. It's a simple movement. They shake it off, they move on. There's not this story that like, I'm doing this because this person did this and they shouldn't have done that, and because they did do that, that means this about me. And there's like all this narrative that the mind cultivates around that. And that goes, like that's part of what goes. And then the whole system, I've noticed like the whole system starts to reorganize. So like this time for me there's been like this rewiring on like a cellular level, and there's still these ways that old patterns are kind of like wiggling, like working their way out of the system, and it's just met differently, and it's seen differently, and things are expressed much differently and much more simply, and it just, stuff moves through it. There's no like, it doesn't stick anymore. So like those emotional things, like those human things, they don't stick, they're not sticky. There's not the fixation around them, or the story of what it means about me, what it means about other, because the the sense, the feeling of self and other disappears. So it couldn't mean anything about me or them because it's seen, it's experienced. It's not, the weird thing is like it's not an experience, but the distance between self and other collapses. So there's no longer the sense of me and other. That's the wrong way to say it. Like the way that I relate has changed a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. Everything has changed. Everything's different. And also nothing is different. So weird. But you leave humanity behind and there will probably be a grief in that. It's probably going to be really hard for a little while. But through leaving, there's then a joining. There's an intimacy that comes online that is so potent.
Gratitude, everyone. So, as we return, as we are now back to our true nature, and remember once again, and we return to the truth, and we understand what's happened and how inverted and backwards our true natures become. One big thing that I know not enough are talking about is the backwardsness of the feminine masculine union. And there's only one way. Two beings whole coming together in a sacred union. And whole is a deep thing and more than what people understand. Most are looking for someone to fill a gap in themselves because they're not whole. So looking to fill that space outside of themselves. So they seek relationships and things and loops and even distortions outside themselves to fill a space, a looping space that's going to create a loop. And they become addicted to these distortions. So they fill that space with a distortion, a backwards nature. Most men are operating in lust programming where they see a woman, a feminine out there, and all they're in the mind, the thoughts, all they're thinking about is the lust program, getting that temporary fix, that matrix prescription pill of a temporary good feeling up here. And it's just going to go on and on and on, and it'll never end until you break the loop. To see a feminine as a whole male is to want to just serve and protect at all costs. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and it gets much deeper than that. Anything outside of that, if you're thinking about lust and these feelings, you're not a whole being, and you've become what? One of them. What is that? A parasite. This is deep programming, my friends. And it's disgusting and a parasite.
Whoa, droopy dog's calling you a parasite if you feel any lust for women. You just exist to serve and protect. Like what, like the police slogan? Serve and protect? Wow, this is incredible.
And these
So men exist to serve and protect women as what? Unpaid servants and bodyguards? Wow. People. Wow. I think people should go watch this garbage. This is at the level some are at. I'm going to post the link. I'm going to drop the link in the chat for you. Ian's new video. Serve and protect women. There you go. Go watch that. Go watch his shit.
These feelings, you're not a whole being, and you've become what? One of them. What is that? A parasite. This is deep programming, my friends. And it's disgusting and inside. And you've become what? One of them. What is that? A parasite. This is deep programming, my friends. And it's disgusting. And it's not the way. It never was and never will be. It's a parasitic loop. Like I said, a matrix prescription pill. And the more you stay in that loop, you're going to keep, renewing that prescription and keep programming all this stuff, keep the parasite going, keep it spreading. And this parasitic energy, this dense, backwards, less energy spreading in this realm. And it gets much deeper with creating a baby, creating children together as two whole beings with the energy flowing and the currents flowing naturally the way it should. Can you imagine what world we'd be living in if that was really happening with people? And so this type of energy gets passed on and passed on. So this is a big one that we need to discuss more and understand and get back to our true nature. With this parasitic lust program that has infected these men and women out here on a mass level, even going to conscious events out here. Most are operating on that level, speaking truth, even on here on YouTube, speaking truth that resonates in the mind, makes you satisfied, like you're doing work, like you're embodying it, but your mind is just getting you that temporary fix of gratification, like you're awakening. While they're like all...
He's got salt and pepper in his beard now. He usually doesn't have gray showing, but I think he might dye his beard sometimes, and he hasn't dyed it this time. He didn't put in the just for men for beards, so he's letting the gray show, but usually he dyes it. He's trying all he can to look younger somehow in most of his videos. Droopy dog. From protectors to predators, the inverted masculine agenda. He's one of these male feminists. He never criticizes women or what's happened to the feminine. We're in a feminist realm. We're in a feminist-driven realm. He blames men, of course, because he's a droopy dog. I think Lindis is a feminist, and she's programmed him. It's all men's fault. It's all men's fault again. Well, that's the mainstream. He's saying the same shit the mainstream says. And that lefties lap it up. They're giving likes to this video. The inverted masculine agenda. How dare a man feel desire for a woman? That's wrong. He should just be a protector.
Stepping outside of the boxes I was in and being in that space.
He's a male feminist now. Marble's mouth. I'm stepping out of the box, blah, 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 male slave, blah, 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 blah.
Temporary fix of gratification, like you're awakening, while they're like all stepping outside of the boxes I was in and being in that space. I could see all the boxes they're in, and most are in that lust program. 100%. And that's not coming from a true heart space and a true space of the return to the truth. When you see a beautiful feminine walk by or in your presence,
Did he say a beautiful feminine? When you see a beautiful feminine? Do you mean a beautiful woman? He said a beautiful feminine. What is this? What is this shit?
to the truth.
Look at this.
When you see a beautiful feminine walk by or in your presence,
The long stares with silence, the long awkward pauses. Great stuff. Great content. Did I drop the link already for this? Please go follow this guy. This is at the level that some are at, that are trolling my channel and here not to pay attention. Go watch Ian. I'm going to drop the link again. Here you go. That's where you belong, not here.
when you see a beautiful feminine walk by or in your presence, to be thinking, when you see a beautiful feminine walk by or in your presence, when you see a beautiful feminine walk by or in your presence, feminine walk by, when you see a beautiful feminine walk by or in your presence, to be thinking in the matrix mind, of course, about those things is disgusting, to say the least. And so definitely the men need to take their power back and become of service to the feminine and to life and protect life, not become a parasite, not thinking about their desires in the mind. This is a deep program, my friends, operating physically, mentally, spiritually, energetically. And so now, once we do that, now we have the matrix. I like to call them, what did I call them? The matrix, what I call the parasites, right? The physical ones and energetic ones, the fiber optic cables of the matrix. Now you don't have that true currency running through you. Currency, it's not money, it's not out there. It's your true energy, that true currency running through you naturally with no distortions or matrix fiber optic cable relays going on to block the truth of your true nature as a masculine, to serve wanting nothing in return, to look your feminine, your union in the eyes and be satisfied with that. A true union, you could look at her in the eyes or give her a hug or just a glance and be infinitely more satisfied, or I don't even want to use the word satisfied, than a trillion matrix temporary good feelings that they get when they unite, right? You know what I'm talking about. So it's time to take our power back, and that's a big one, people, on this return. And it's not tomorrow. It's not, I'm going to get there. It's not, it's right now. We take our power back. We've been programmed with the music, entertainment. I mean, you name it, people. And it's obvious what's happened. So how dare we, as a true masculine, not serve and protect like we're meant to on our true nature, and become parasites to the feminine that we need to protect and serve, wanting nothing in return. That's the truth. We aren't parasites, my friends. We're here to return here and now to our true nature, our true way of being, right now, my friends. So with that, everyone, like and share. I'll be talking much more about this in the future. So stay tuned for that. Have the notifications on. Much more coming from the channel. We've returned here and now, and this matrix is crumbling, my friends. Much love. And so definitely the men need to take their power back and become of service to the feminine and to life, and protect life, not become a parasite, not thinking about their desires in the mind. This is a deep program, my friends, operating physically, mentally, spiritually, energetically. And so now, once we do that, now we have the matrix. I like to call them, what did I call them? The matrix, what I call the parasites, right? The physical ones and energetic ones, the fiber optic cables of the matrix. Now you don't have that true currency running through you. Currency, it's not money, it's not out there. It's your true energy, that true currency running through you naturally with no distortions or matrix fiber optic cable relays going on to block the truth of your true nature as a masculine, to serve wanting nothing in return, to look your feminine, your union in the eyes and be satisfied with that. A true union, you could look at her in the eyes or give her a hug or just a glance and be infinitely more satisfied, or I don't even want to use the word satisfied, than a trillion matrix temporary good feelings that they get when they unite, right? You know what I'm talking about. So it's time to take our power back, and that's a big one, people, on this return. And it's not tomorrow. It's not, I'm going to get there. It's not, it's right now. We take our power back. We've been programmed with the music, entertainment. I mean, you name it, people. And it's obvious what's happened. So how dare we, as a true masculine, not serve and protect like we're meant to on our true nature, and become parasites to the feminine that we need to protect and serve, wanting nothing in return. That's the truth. We aren't parasites, my friends. We're here to return here and now to our true nature, our true way of being, right now, my friends. So with that, everyone, like and share. I'll be talking much more about this in the future. So
Much love, everyone. Much love, everyone.
Stay tuned for that. Have the notifications on.
Much love, everyone. Much love.
Much more coming from the channel. We've returned here and now. And this matrix is crumbling, my friends. Much love.
Much love, everyone. Much love.
Gratitude, everyone.
Very predictable what he's going to say. And people love it. They love shit. You want shit? Come on over here. Go to his channel. Go over here.
Much love, everybody. So here we are in the present moment at the beach. Sun's going down. The beautifulness. It's time to return to the here and now, people. And to let go of all the lies, all the distortions. That's not you. It's not easy, I know. We aren't the thoughts in mind, people. This is how they got us, playing their game. And we can see it playing out with technology. Everything, all the programs in our reality, all the distorted programs, all the lies, all the artificial nonsense is a loop within a loop. You can see what's happened by what they're doing now. You can see the loop going down. And understanding that loop is one thing. Talking about it is one thing, right? I refuse to give it power. I refuse to give them any more power. My power is my own, and it always will be. And so it is right now, in this moment, and forever, in every present moment. That's what we need to take back, the present moment, the now. There's nothing else to focus on. It's actually easy. I mean, at the end of November, I had a moment of clarity, a moment of awakening that was profound. That the past didn't exist anymore, none of it mattered, nor did any future programming. And I felt the best I've ever felt in my life. And it's still a battle to get there, every day. But when you're there, it's so easy. So easy. And it's so amazing and perfect. And we all have this ability. It's time to return, people. And the time is now.
Do you want to follow this creature spewing out his empty words, his platitudes? The time is now. You can if you want to. I'm not stopping you. You can follow him. I don't fear him the way he fears my channel. He doesn't want to come over here. He doesn't drop links to my channel ever, of course. Here's a link to his video. Go follow him if you want. Okay? I dropped it in the chat right there. You can go follow this shit if you want to. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's to anybody tuned in. You want to follow this loser? You go right ahead. And you're going to eventually you're going to have to face that nobody's holding you here on my channel. I drop links to these shit channels constantly. If what that loser's saying suits you, go there. You don't belong here. Okay? You don't belong here. Hello, Bobby. Hello. Good to see you. I don't want people here that are at his level and that want to listen to this. You belong with Ian. You don't belong here then.
I refuse to do otherwise. I refuse to play the game. It's time to... But when you're there, it's so easy. So easy. And it's so amazing and perfect. And we all have this ability. It's time to return, people. And the time is now. I refuse to do otherwise. I refuse to play the game anymore. You know? I'm done talking about their power and them and... No. It's time to realize my power right now and how powerful I am. And what we're a part of, people. We're a part of life. There's no running away from it. That's the trap, people. That's the trap. If we don't find this present moment and relinquish these mind programs and these thoughts, that's the loop that you'll put yourself in. Trust me. That's the unconsciousness that will carry on and have you looping in their game until you realize what you're really a part of, people. And there's no escaping it. No escaping the present moment. You never will be able to. That's the trap. Trying to escape the present moment. And it always will be. So a lot of these people on these platforms, looping on these topics, taking you away from the present moment, having you in these thoughts and mind programs, serve nothing. They don't serve life, people. They have nothing for you. They never will. So, let me know what you think in the comments. Just a quick message. I love you all. Take care.
Do you want to serve this world? Is that what you want to do? Does anyone here want to serve this world? No, I'm going to keep going on this, Rashawn. I want to know what people follow. What are they attracted to? I really want to understand this. What attracts people to this? It's fascinating to me. Truly is. It might not be to other people here, and I'm going to keep dropping links so that nobody can say, oh, he keeps people on his channel. I'll keep dropping links here. You people can follow all of this stuff. Keep following it. You go right ahead. I don't want people here on my channel that are spewing this same kind of stuff and want to believe this. You belong there. I just want people to be where they belong. There are people that belong here with Ian on this channel. Over here with dressed in all black Ian with a necklace on. Who gave him the necklace?
Much love, everyone. Hope everyone's well today. I am in Malibu. Let's look at the view over here before we get started. A little lake.
Why doesn't he show the fire damage, all the thousands of homes burned? Why doesn't Ian show all the damage from the fires?
Nice little lake that I crossed that bridge and went on this trail over there, and it came to the beach. It's beautiful. So here we are, people. And, you know, look at this. What is this thing? Looks like a good place to sit and talk, actually. Okay. So, yeah. So here we are, people. Sorry about the live stream yesterday. The audio stuff got me really off my game and just totally not in a good space. I don't know. I shouldn't. So, and we did another one and it was weird again. So, gonna get that fixed and figure it out. But I apologize to everyone. And it was good to see everybody and lead live streaming again either way. It was amazing. There's something about the energy when you're live. It's different than, you know, this when you can interact and everything. I really enjoy it. And so my apologies. I want to come here and apologize for that and then say that, you know, I'm here to serve the truth, people. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to serve life and discover myself. I'm not here to play victim anymore or loop on topics and different things that don't serve anything anymore. You know? I realize how powerful I am, and we are. And a lot of these things going on that aren't divine, that isn't serving life at all. I mean, look at the world out there, right? When we give it so much power, we don't have that self-discovery, and we talk about these things, and they're doing this, they're doing that, and this is that, and this does this. We're only reinforcing what it is. That's how much power we have. So we can see the enemy, if you want to call it that. We can see them, let's call it them, they. In your face, they don't care. They want you to know what they're doing at this point. You know? They want you to know what they're doing so they can control the narrative and have their little savior programs, you know, that you latch onto and have you loop in it and talk about it. And they don't care that you know. They don't care. What they don't want you to know is who you are, truly. And how powerful you are. That's the big game, people. So for me, it's letting go of all this distortion. And it's an everyday battle to cleanse the distortion within myself and to be humble and to have humility and be honest about, you know, myself and everything. It's extremely important these days. And so battling the thoughts in the mind is the most important topic. If we're going to talk about any battle, it's that. It's this thought and mind program. That's the invader, people. That is the program. And once we separate ourselves from this thoughts and mind program, it is a totally different world we're in. 100%. It's a totally different world. And it's almost like I catch myself all the time, you know, in these thoughts. And it's almost like this TV screen or this projection. And if you attach to it and you resonate with it and you go along with it, it will take you for a ride for your whole life, for days, hours, years. And it did me, trust me, people. And this is the big program here. and it has many, many layers. It's very multidimensional. It's operating on so many levels. And so I catch it all the time now, and I separate myself from it and observe
Fascinating
it from
stuff.
the back, from behind, kind of
Fascinating.
observe it like, okay. And then I rise above it and go in front of it like, this isn't me. This is me. I'm not this thoughts in mind, and I never will be. I am not associating with them. This is not serving me at all. And when I'm out of that program, oh boy, is it such a different world. Can you really appreciate things and not be in this victim lack mentality of
I'm curious, so I started a new poll in the chat. A new poll, everyone. Please participate. I want to know if you trust Ian. Just answer honestly. It's anonymous. I'm sure there's lots of lurkers here watching that do trust him. There's a lot of evil cockroaches that love this character on the screen. You go right ahead and answer. I want to see how many trust this creature.
and this distorted program. Let's look at the view. The bird flying directly over me. Let's see. Let's go. Let's go to the beach, people. So let's enjoy this moment. Beautiful beaches in Malibu. The best beaches for sure. I like this beach. I haven't been to this one. Nobody's here either. Nobody. Oh, there's somebody walking that way. We'll walk this way. So yeah, people. Oh, that's creeping up. It's beautiful. Isn't it amazing, people? Isn't it amazing? Yeah, this water's creeping up pretty quick. We're gonna go over here and sit down again. I do like it when there's no people around though. Look at this.
He likes when there's no people around. No people. People. He likes when there's no people. People. I'm going to take a little commercial break here. A little break. Team Evil knows me too well. I get money every time I mention anything. This is my tomahawk. See this black tomahawk? Full tang, solid steel, American made, not Chinese crap, not plastic. It's solid. It has a nice weight to it. You could smash through a car door. You could doubt me if you want to. But come to my place and volunteer your vehicle, and I'll see if I can do it. Just say, Stephen, I don't think you could smash through a car. Here's my car. Can you try it? You see the pointed end? There's a sharpened axe end, and then there's the pointed end. And that's for smashing windows and emergency. It's an emergency tool. It's an emergency tool. East Wing. Same company that makes hammers. Black Tomahawk. Viking Strong. Viking Strong. I'm gonna get this into your minds somehow so that you don't stay weak or follow these weak, cowardly little fucking droopy dog weaklings. This is Viking Strong. Right here. Viking Raven. Viking Strong. Tomahawk right here. Viking Strong. Now, if you want to follow losers, go to Ian's channel. I've dropped the link a few times to his videos. We are Awake TV channel. He even calls it a TV channel. Okay. TV channel still isn't enough of a red flag for many on YouTube. Calls it a TV channel. TV channel. TV channel. It's a choice. If you want to follow that shithead, you go right ahead. People have to realize I'm not stopping you. If you want to follow shit, go right ahead. Follow shit. That's up to you. People have to start taking responsibility for their choices as well, okay? And I'm serious about this. If you want to follow shit, that's on you. That's on you. Millions do. It's not just a few in this realm. I'm not targeting or singling out a couple people. It's millions and millions and millions in this realm that follow absolute shit.
Comment earlier with Snafu. What the hell? Well, hey, we've got a much greater option. Shocked and appalled. Welcome, brother.
How are you, Mr. Talcott? It's been a long time.
It has been a long time. I'm feeling blessed. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing better. That's how you know I'm here. As soon as I start to feel better, I subject myself to complete intransigence, insanity, and toxicity. So things must be on the way.
I think it's addictive, dude. And good. Good to see you're on the mend and strong enough to test yourself again. Because these people do test us. Holy shit, man. I've been learning. But people like Snafu.
What do you mean strong enough to test himself? He's a porta potty inspector. And I'm not kidding about that for the ones that assume, well, Steven's trolling. No, that's what Paulie does. He inspects porta potties. That's his big job. He claims to be such a big fucking success. He's lost his health. He's barely ever doing shows. And he's a porta potty inspector. He's a shit inspector in the sewer matrix.
He's so out of his mind, he doesn't understand what he's doing. He could be a great ally, and I could actually be a great friend to him. You've been a great friend to him. You've showed him compassion and kindness where others hadn't. I've tried.
He doesn't seem to respond to that.
He doesn't. Anything pressing on your mind? I might bring him back up.
No, I'm pretty much just here as again, you can see there I'm very shocked. I'm appalled.
Right.
I can't believe that this happened once again today. I mean, who'd have seen this coming? So I'm just going to kind of sit in the corner and let you work your magic for a moment.
I respect. It is a legendary day. And you know what? I'm sure many people are tickled. I'm grateful to see you too, man.
Yeah, let's ask Paul about him. Let's ask Daddy Paul about him supporting the pedophile linked OTW cat piss house smelling motherfucker who's okay with frauding and lying to the audience and being a piece of shit fucking scumbag online. Right, Paul? You're about truth and authentic.
Right, Snafu, you just emailed me and I emailed you back and
Shut the fuck up, Jack. Jack, you're a rapist, and you know what? Go talk to the fucking people because
What were you saying, Paul?
Yeah, he can't seem to figure out this idea that everything, and this is what brings us back over and over. We have this bizarre belief that we can somehow grow and change and recognize things. You sitting next to people all the time, not agreeing with them, doesn't mean you support them. Just because you're not fighting them or hating them or trying to like prove something, right? Like just being next to someone and witnessing or talking truth doesn't imply that I necessarily support them.
I think with what you just pointed out, I don't think Snafu understands what support means. He thinks association is support. Oh, that's what he does with Jesus. He associates himself with Jesus. Praise God. And then he says that he's doing it a service.
Yeah, I mean, where does it begin or end? Like, I get what he's saying if it's indirect, but at that point, then just watching and listening is support. So where then are you not supporting Snafu if you're watching and listening and repeating and talking about? You're promoting / supporting because you're involved.
Can you see that, Snafu?
No,
You're doing what you're accusing.
I don't feed Jack's delusions.
Oh, there's a difference.
No. Just like OTW's like you guys sit up there and play hug a buddy, fuck a buddy. I say.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna shift gears to something else here. Ratblood has been talking about me. I'm gonna switch over here to Axis Rotblood. Should I subscribe to this shit to keep an eye on him? Who else is over there? He took down his live streams. I don't see any lives. He's got one short video. Where are his live streams? What happened to his live streams? Where are your live streams? Axis Rotblood. Where are your live streams, you piece of shit? You filthy, dirty, rotten piece of shit. Where are your fucking live streams, you piece of shit? Where are they? Where are they? Where are your fucking live streams, you piece of shit? Look at this thing. You don't influence anything. Look at this. Look at this thing a year ago. Look at this rotten thing. Rotten fucking thing. Take care. Good night to Rashawn. Mad love to you. Sorry, I'm just adjusting my Viking body. Team Evil is tuned in, watching, lurking, obsessing over me, as always. So his live streams are gone. Rotblood took down his live streams. That rotten fucking rat. That rotten rat. I'm going to go over to this and cover this now. This content, following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics. Viewer discretion is advised. This is for adults only. Adults only. Okay?
7 minutes. That's
This 8-year-old who ended his life after he was bullied and the school protected his bullies. Now tell me that this isn't a hell realm. Can you tell me if this is a hell realm or not? Is this a hell realm? I want you to answer.
7 minutes. That's how long 8-year-old Gabriel Tay lay motionless on the cold bathroom floor of Carson Elementary School. 7 minutes, while other children walked past, some even stopping to poke and prod at his still body. 7 minutes before any adult came to help him. 2 days later, Gabriel would take his own life, becoming one of the youngest self-removal victims in history. How could this happen? How could his school say that he fainted and tried to protect his bullies? This is Gabriel's story, a story that demands to be told, a story that should never have had to be written. The video shows it all in stark, undeniable clarity. January 24th, 2017, Gabriel Tay, just 8 years old, reaches his hand out in what appears to be a friendly gesture towards another student near the restroom entrance. Suddenly, Gabriel falls to the ground. He lays there unmoving for 7 excruciating minutes. Other children pass by, some stop to look, some even mock him. No one helps. When the school staff finally arrive, they don't call an ambulance. They don't immediately contact his mother with the full truth. Instead, a school nurse checks his vital signs, pronounces them normal, and sends him back to class as though nothing happened. No concussion protocol, no emergency response, no understanding of the emotional trauma that Gabriel just endured. The adults who should have protected him made a decision that would cost Gabriel his life. They chose silence. The school would later claim that they told Gabriel's mother to take him to the hospital to get checked out. Cornelia Reynolds, through her attorney, vehemently disputes this.
The school district never told mom that there was a video. They never told mom that he had been
That night, Gabriel complained of terrible stomach pain. He vomited repeatedly. His mother, unaware of what really happened at school that day, took him to the hospital thinking it was just a bad stomach bug.
He probably didn't want to say, Mom, somebody bullying or picking on me, you know. He just didn't know how to tell me.
Had she known about the assault, she might have mentioned head trauma. The connection between his physical symptoms and the bathroom incident might have been made, but she couldn't report what she didn't know. 2 days later, on January 26th, Gabriel returned to school, still weak and still recovering from what everyone believed was just an illness. His first day back brought more torment. 2 students took his water bottle and tried to flush it down a toilet. Gabriel, frustrated and exhausted, sought help from a teacher. Once again, they shrugged and said something along the lines of, "Kids these days." No one stood up for him. That afternoon, Gabriel walked home from school for the last time. He would put his things away neatly, always the well-mannered child, and went quietly to his room. Hours passed in silence. When Cornelia finally checked on her son, she discovered a scene no parent should ever have to witness. Her baby boy, just 8 years old, had taken his own life. A neighbor rushed over. Emergency responders arrived quickly, but it was too late. Gabriel was gone. The medical examiner would later rule his death as self-removal by one of the youngest in recorded history.
My baby was being bullied at school, and I just feel like nothing is being done. And if it happened to my child, I'm sure there's other children out here being bullied, and I don't want them to take their lives.
A GoFundMe was set up to help Gabriel's family. It raised over $20,000, but no amount of money could fill the void left by Gabriel's absence. No donation could answer the questions that haunted his parents. How could this happen? Why didn't anyone protect him? And why weren't we told? But this tragedy didn't begin on that fateful January day. The bathroom incident wasn't an isolated event. It was the devastating culmination of months, possibly years, of suffering. A pattern of bullying that went unreported, unaddressed, and ultimately ignored by those entrusted with Gabriel's safety. The very people paid to educate and protect him failed at every turn, creating an environment where violence was tolerated and vulnerability was exploited. School records would later reveal that incidents were systemically downplayed, warning signs dismissed, opportunities for intervention were missed, and a little boy's silent cries for help went unanswered until it was too late. Gabriel Benham Tay, known to his loved ones as Gabe, was born on February 21st, 2008, in Cincinnati, Ohio. From the beginning, he radiated joy. Sure, it's cliche to say, but his smile really could light up a room. Those who knew him described him as a well-mannered, kind-hearted boy who loved helping others.
He was nice and funny. Like, every time I felt sad, he put a smile on my face.
His grandfather, Michael Kiros, always carried a photo of Gabriel, showcasing that infectious smile to everyone he knew.
He is my grandson, and he was my only grandson, and I just lost him. Still, he's in my heart. I always carry him with me.
Music was Gabriel's passion. He loved singing and playing the guitar, using it to bring happiness to everyone around him. But he told everyone that was just his hobby, not his future career. By age 5, he had already set his sights on a future in the military. He dreamed of joining the army, protecting people, and making a difference in the world. His mother remembered this touching moment. One time, he had on a little vest with FBI and a little earpiece, and I sent him to take out the trash, but he didn't come back. I found him standing by the door like he was on patrol. Though his parents were no longer together, both remained deeply involved in his life. His father, Benyam Tay, was a long-haul trucker who had immigrated to the United States from Ethiopia at 16. Shortly after Gabe's birth, he took him to Ethiopia to be baptized. He cared about family and heritage, and sticking together no matter what. He was also hardworking and wise, and his son took that from him.
I can't even describe him enough with words.
Benyam never took it out on Gabe that he and his mom broke up. He maintained a close relationship with him and called him daily. Gabe felt safe with him too. He knew he could tell him anything. Well, almost anything. Today, Benyam says he missed all the red flags because Gabe always kept a happy face.
I think that's why we missed on the signs.
At 6 years old, Gabriel got his first taste of military life when his dad took him to Robbins Air Force Base. You should have seen his face. A little boy standing there taking it all in, imagining himself in uniform someday. 2 years later, he'd be gone. That's all the time he had left after that perfect day with his father. That's how quickly an entire child's existence can be erased when systems fail.
Bullying is real, it's not a fairy tale.
That's how easily dreams die when adults look the other way. First day of school. Remember that feeling? The butterflies, the brand new backpack, the genuine belief that something amazing was about to begin. That's how Gabriel felt walking into Carson Elementary. Just another kid with dreams, ready to learn, eager to make friends. That's what school is supposed to be, right? A safe place, a second home, a launching pad for bright futures. For Gabriel, that safety was a lie. It started almost immediately. The playground accidents that weren't accidents at all. The unexplained injuries, the empty excuses from administrators who couldn't be bothered to pick up a phone. Early in first grade, Gabriel came home with his face. When Cornelia demanded answers, the school shrugged it off. Just kids being kids, they say. Nobody mentioned that Gabriel would later need 2 front teeth removed because of this accident. This wasn't a one-time thing. This was systemic. This was a complete institutional failure masquerading as an educational oversight. By the 2nd grade, the pattern was clear to everyone except the people paid to notice. Another student, Gabriel, hard enough to leave marks. But Cornelia found out from her bruised son, not from any school official. Later that same year, Gabriel's injuries required treatment from the school nurse. Did anyone call his mother? Text his father? Leave a note? Nope. You could already see the subtle changes in Gabe's behavior. The dimming of that light behind his eyes. The boy who once bounced out of bed for school now dragged his feet. Some days he came home and wouldn't talk at all, just quiet. Cornelia noticed, but without knowing what was happening inside those school walls, how could she understand the transformation taking place? How could she fight an enemy she couldn't see? By 3rd grade, the school's neglect turned to active harm. When Gabriel was accused of hitting another student, the administration didn't bother investigating why a normally gentle kid might shout. They just punished him. They claimed they left Cornelia a voicemail that mysteriously never arrived. Never bothered calling his father either, though Benyam's number sat right there on the emergency contact list. The message was crystal clear: defend yourself and get punished. Submit and keep suffering. When Gabriel tried to protect himself from another bully's attacks, administrators threatened him with consequences if he dared fight back again. Meanwhile, his tormentor walked away without so much as a on the wrist. What lesson does that teach an 8-year-old? Court documents later revealed a pattern of selective enforcement that consistently failed to protect vulnerable children like Gabriel. Later that year, Gabriel suffered a head injury on the playground, serious enough to raise concerns. When Cornelia demanded to see surveillance footage, she hit a wall of administrative resistance. No, we don't have to show you, they said. The truth came crashing out on January 24th, 2017. Surveillance video from Carson Elementary, released after only intense public pressure, captured the bathroom incident in horrifying detail. Gabriel approaching another student with an extended hand, possibly in friendship, and then suddenly, violently, he's on the floor, unconscious, while other kids step around him and prod him while the adults look away.
That was hard, seeing a child knocked up on the floor for that long, getting jumped on.
Imagine Cornelia's anguish right now, the devastating clarity of hindsight. If only she knew what Gabe's intense stomach ache was.
They busted my baby's lip, they busted his nose, and Gaby, I'm sorry.
Her baby, her 8-year-old son, gone by his own hand because a system designed to protect him had instead crushed him beneath its indifference. Imagine going to bed every night with that image in your head, with the way she found him in his bedroom. And imagine living with the rage, knowing that the school protected his bullies. The first thing the school told her when she confronted them, that Gabe had simply fainted in the bathroom. That's before she pressured them to show her the video. Court filings would later reveal at least 6 documented incidents of bullying that school officials failed to properly address or report to Gabe's parents. 6 opportunities to save a life. 6 failures with permanent consequences. And if that doesn't make your blood boil enough, here's what the school released following Gabe's death. Though the connection between this incident at school and Gabriel's are not clear, the district shared this video with police investigators at the time of the incident. Their investigation has concluded and no charges were filed. No sorry, no prayers, no rest in peace, just a lame attempt to make them look less guilty. The connection isn't clear, they say, as if an 8-year-old would have any other reason to end himself. Cornelia and Benyam were not about to let the system that failed their son just walk away. Neither was Cincinnati. The city erupted with outrage as the truth emerged, piece by devastating piece. The school's response? Pure corporate damage control. No accountability, no remorse, just a clinical statement carefully crafted by lawyers. The district shared this video with the police investigators, so you should be happy. The community wasn't having it. Parents flooded school board meetings, their voices shaking with both grief and fury. They organized protests outside Carson Elementary, holding signs with Gabriel's smiling face.
Well, some of the parents I spoke with today are out here tonight protesting in front of Carson Elementary School.
They demanded answers and change.
They tell me they feel like the school just isn't taking bullying seriously. They're not upset about the school releasing the surveillance video, but they are upset about what they see on it.
Catherine Hunter, Gabriel's aunt, who volunteered at the school, publicly confirmed what administrators desperately tried to deny. When asked if she witnessed bullying at Carson, she didn't hesitate.
Do you see it happening?
Yes, I do. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't. Yes, I do.
Catherine herself had a 9-year-old daughter attending the same school, and she'd told her many scary stories of the same nature.
Do you report it?
Yes, I do.
But it was the same old story. Every time she spoke to a Carson staff member, nothing was done. Now, her sign spoke volumes. Protect the victim, not the bully. As news spread, other families stepped forward with horror stories that formed a devastating pattern. Catherine Lundy revealed she'd pulled her 2 children from Carson years earlier because of relentless bullying. Carolyn Emery described how her 9-year-old daughter cried every morning, terrified to go to school. These were not isolated incidents. This was systemic failure. And the worst part of it all, if the school had a different approach, Gabe would still be alive.
If I had known that he was going through what he was going through at Carson, it could have been prevented. It could have been prevented.
The Hamilton County coroner, Dr. Lakshmi Samarko, watched the bathroom video and immediately reopened the investigation into Gabriel's death. She told the press, "I think it's possible there is more to this story." By August 2017, Gabriel's parents had filed a federal lawsuit against Cincinnati Public Schools. The complaint didn't mince words, accusing officials of being deliberately indifferent to the bullying their son endured and orchestrating a cover-up to hide the extent of violence within the school's walls. The lawsuit detailed a culture of aggression that flourished under administrative negligence. The school district's response? They asked the judge to throw out the case. The district attorney said the defendants strongly believe that neither CPS, its employees, nor the school nurse were responsible for the tragic death of Gabriel Tay. CPS embraces the goal of eliminating bullying within schools, as well as continuing to refine and improve reporting, management, and training processes related to incidents of bullying. For 3 years, the case wound through the courts while Gabriel's parents endured the agonizing wait for justice. Finally, in 2020, the U.S. 6th Circuit Court of Appeals delivered a landmark ruling that sent shockwaves through educational institutions nationwide. The 3-judge panel unanimously ruled that Gabriel's parents could indeed sue the school district, declaring that administrators' actions ultimately prevented Tay's parents from fully understanding the violent world that he inhabited each day at Carson Elementary School. The ruling didn't just create a path to justice for Gabriel's family. It cracked open a door for families across America struggling against educational institutions prioritizing reputation over child safety. It established a new rule that schools can't hide behind immunity when they deliberately conceal dangers from parents. The case shattered the comfortable fiction that bullying is just kids being kids. It exposed the very real, very deadly consequences of adult inaction. It forced a national reckoning with the question, how many more children need to die before we take this seriously? In June 2021, more than 4 years after Gabriel's death, his family reached a $3 million settlement with Cincinnati Public Schools. The agreement also included bullying prevention measurements for the district, including training for staff on preventing, identifying, and addressing bullying, as well as 2 years of oversight to ensure implementation. It sounds like a lot of money, but it doesn't feel that way when you've lost your son in such a tragic way.
I mean, still today, sometimes I wake up, be like, am I dreaming? It's very hard.
And Gabriel's story is far from over. It sparked a national conversation about bullying, school safety, and the devastating consequences when warning signs go unheeded. And the conversation is ongoing, as sadly, Gabe is not alone.
It is really a tragedy, and it really hit home for me because I know people who wanted to commit.
Several kids in the States started talking to the media about how they were getting bullied and how they considered to end things just to make it go away.
And it was by the older kids. They would sometimes pull my hair, call me names, sometimes push me. After that, I just started going out to places and telling kids it's okay to stand up.
And speaking of raising awareness, on the anniversary of Gabriel's death, the city of Cincinnati unanimously voted to honor him. January 26th was declared Gabriel Day in Cincinnati, and a stretch of busy street in Westwood was renamed Gabriel's Way.
I'm still healing, and I'm always going to continue to heal.
She was asked if naming a day and a street after Gabe helps with her constant pain.
It does help. He'll always be remembered. This is his legacy, and I'll carry it to the day I die.
Gabriel's last phone call to his father haunts Benyam to this day.
I love you, no matter what. I hope you be safe and just know I love you, bye.
Less than 24 hours later, Gabe was gone. Gabriel would have been 17 years old today. He might have been working towards that military career he dreamed of, playing his guitar, or simply enjoying the ordinary pleasures of adolescence. Instead, his story serves as a painful reminder of what happens when bullying goes unchecked, when children's cries for help go unheard, and when those entrusted with their care look the other way. But for those who loved him, Gabriel was not just a cautionary cautionary tale or a catalyst for change. He was a bright-eyed boy with a guitar and a dream. He was a son, a grandson, and a friend. He was a child who deserved protection, understanding, and the chance to grow up. The final message Gabriel left for the world came in that last phone call to his father. I love you no matter what. In the wake of his death, perhaps the most fitting tribute would be to ensure that every child knows they are loved, valued, and worthy of protection no matter what. 7 minutes. That's how long an 8-year-old boy lay helpless on a bathroom floor. 4 years. That's how long it took for some measure of justice to be achieved. A lifetime. That's how long his family will carry the weight of his absence. And for the rest of us, one question remains. How many more children will suffer before we truly learn from Gabriel's story? How many more 8-year-olds need to die before schools prioritize safety over reputation? What if the most dangerous thing in our schools isn't the bullies, but the adults who look away? Leave a comment and share your thoughts. Gabriel's face should follow you home tonight, because somewhere right now another child is suffering in silence. Like this video, subscribe to join our fight against indifference. Watch that next video on the screen as we expose another heartbreaking case. See you soon and stay safe.
Will laziness and ignorance get people out of this realm? Will not paying attention get you out? Will learning nothing get you out? Will just sitting around in a trance being entertained, will that get you out? Is that going to help them? Does that help anybody get out of here?
What a fucking comment. Whoever Let's Be Real is, Queen Stephanie, aka TSM, claiming responsibility for my son's death. Really? What, did he have somebody in Miami prison shank my son? Is that what you're saying? You know, he does claim to have a lot of money and connections. And if he's claiming that he's taking responsibility for my son's death, then the only thing I can think of is he knew somebody in Miami prison and had my son shanked. That's murder, Queen Stephen. That's accessory to murder, Queen Stephen. I am so fucking glad you admitted that. Especially after...
What are you saying? I didn't admit anything. You're lying. You're slandering me. That's defamation of character, rot blood. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like of the sort. What are you talking about, you fucking piece of shit? It's recorded what you said about me. You can't say that about someone who's innocent.
Talcott wakes up tomorrow and realizes his disposition in Washington is no longer going to be appreciated. And you spend a lot of time on his channel. And now you're claiming responsibility for my son's murder? Oh, you stupid shit.
What? I never claimed responsibility for anything of the sort. What are you talking about, you fucking liar? That's defamation of character. That's slander. And that's on record. It's recorded. Glenn, I have you recorded. You took the live stream down, but you're recorded. It was a public video. I recorded your voice. Oh, you might be in trouble, Glenn.
You fuckers truly are the dumbest bunch of motherfuckers I've ever encountered. And troll-ass Mike, that used to be a troll, he is no longer a troll. He is a defeated bitch on Jeff's last live stream. Said he was so much smarter than me. I believe if
This is what that narc worries about. He worries about people who say they're smarter than him. You're a dumbass, Glenn. You just got yourself into trouble. You can't go on a public platform and slander me and lie about me and falsely accuse me like you did. That's serious business.
he could have mustered up the fucking intelligence to say that I was stupid, he might have been able to do it. But he's such a narcissistic piece of shit, he had to claim his own superiority instead of being able to demean me directly. It had to be about him. Figure that one out, Mike. You better crawl back under a goddamn rock, because just because I'm shutting this channel down doesn't mean that I'm not coming for you, Jeff, Cage, Bex, all you motherfuckers. I'm a ghost in the machine after today. No, that's not what happened. He was shanked. He didn't unalive himself. So that's a fucking lie right there. Station 33, huh? That's Tommy. Boy, old Tommy's got some fucking nerve stepping back into this goddamn arena. Ooh. I got a hard on for Tommy anyhow. I want that motherfucker to suffer. And I believe Talcott is exactly my way to get to him. Because I done got Steven. And no, my son didn't unalive himself. But that's Steven probably covering his tracks for the fact that he sent word to Miami prison to have my son killed. That makes sense. Let's see here. Station 33. Well, look at Dumb State, upcoming. The Powdered Dusty. Pretty empty around here tonight. It's going to get a lot more empty on your flow. A hell of a lot more empty. And I hope you accounted for every goddamn dollar that you grifted off these motherfuckers. And you better have that 1099 ready for quite some time. And I hope last year's taxes were taken care of too. You know, April 15th just passed. Hope you took care of that, you little bitch. Oh, and by the way, Flo, yeah, I remember some of the more disrespectful and less than admirable comments that you made on We Are Wake News about me. But I did bait you in, and I let you put the noose around your own neck, metaphysically. Yeah. I hope you all have your 1099s in order. And I hope every goddamn one of you are associated with Jack Talcott. Mm-hmm. Station 33. Let's see what this little son of a bitch has got going. Well, I'm looking, but I ain't seeing much. Let me turn it up a bit. Well, through the blood of Jesus, we are protected, huh, Kate? Well, let me tell you about your Jesus. He's in the back of my trunk, and I've been prostituting his ass out at the hotels to all the fag homosexuals that wants a butthole of Jesus to pay for my drug habit. And Rose, oh, I've got something very special in store for you, you gossiping mouth little Jewish fucking cunt. Why don't you eat another fucking pain pill, you opioid addict bitch? Salty siren. Huh. I'm seeing a couple from the Austin Murphy. Well, got something for you, bitch. Yeah. Get me a whole list of names here. All the trash, garbage. I'll be damned, and even random saying. Well, I'm not hearing insanity saying shit about me. But I will review their stream. Yeah. I'll review this stream. I do so.
Pay attention, learn something. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Pay attention, learn something. Pay attention, learn something. Pay attention, learn something. Learn something.
What a fucking comment. Whoever Let's Be Real is, Queen Stephanie, aka TSM, claiming responsibility for my son's death. Really? What, did he have somebody in Miami prison shank my son? Is that what you're saying? You know, he does claim to have a lot of money and connections. And if he's claiming that he's taking responsibility for my son's death, then the only thing I can think of is he knew somebody in Miami prison and had my son shanked. That's murder, Queen Stephen. That's accessory to murder, Queen Stephen. I am so fucking glad you admitted that. Especially after Talcott wakes up tomorrow and realizes his disposition in Washington is no longer going to be appreciated. And you spend a lot of time on his channel. And now you're claiming responsibility for my son's murder? Oh, you stupid shit. You fuckers truly are the dumbest bunch of motherfuckers I've ever encountered. And troll-ass Mike, that used to be a troll, he is no longer a troll. He is a defeated bitch on Jeff's last live stream. Said he was so much smarter than me. I believe if he could have mustered up the fucking intelligence to say that I was stupid, he might have been able to do it. But he's such a narcissistic piece of shit he had to claim his own superiority instead of being able to demean me directly. It had to be about him. Figure that one out, Mike. You better crawl back under a goddamn rock, because just because I'm shutting this channel down doesn't mean that I'm not coming for you, Jeff, Cage, Bex, all you motherfuckers. I'm a ghost in the machine after today. No, that's not what happened. He was shanked. He didn't unalive himself. So that's a fucking lie right there. Station 33.
Oh, your son was shanked? Is that what he said? Wow, somebody got rid of your son. Wow. I didn't know that.
Huh? That's Tommy. Boy, old Tommy's got some fucking nerve stepping back into this goddamn arena. Ooh. I got a hard on for Tommy anyhow. I want that motherfucker to suffer. And I believe Talcott is exactly my way to get to him. Because I done got Steven. And no, my son didn't unalive himself. But that's Steven probably covering his tracks for the fact that he sent word to Miami prison to have my son killed.
I did no such thing. I'm not involved at all. But you're slandering me and defaming my character. You piece of shit. You're making very serious, inaccurate, false accusations. You piece of shit. You're publicly smearing my name. I'm innocent. I have nothing to do with you and your son, you piece of shit. You dirtbag.
That makes sense. Let's see here. Station 33. Well, look at Dumb State. Upcoming. The Powdered Dusty. Pretty empty around here tonight. It's going to get a lot more empty on your flow. A hell of a lot more empty. And I hope you accounted for every goddamn dollar that you grifted off these motherfuckers. And you better have that 1099 ready for quite some time. And I hope last year's taxes were taken care of too. You know, April 15th just passed. Hope you took care of that, you little bitch. Oh, and by the way, Flo, yeah, I remember some of the more disrespectful and less than admirable comments that you made on We Are Wake news about me. But I did bait you in, and I let you put the noose around your own neck, metaphysically. Yeah. I hope you all have your 1099s in order. And I hope every goddamn one of you are associated with Jack Calcott. Mm-hmm. Station 33. Let's see what this little son of a bitch has got going. Well, I'm looking, but I ain't seeing much. Let me turn it up a bit. Well, through the blood of Jesus, we are protected, huh, Kate? Well, let me tell you about your Jesus. He's in the back of my trunk, and I've been prostituting his ass out at the hotels to all the fag homosexuals that wants the butthole of Jesus to pay for my drug habit. And Rose. Oh, I've got something very special in store for you, you gossiping mouth little Jewish fucking cunt. Why don't you eat another fucking pain pill, you opioid addict bitch? Salty Siren. Huh. I'm seeing a couple from the Austin Murphy. Well, got something for you, bitch. Yeah. Get me a whole list of names here.
Let's Be Real was the person over there trying to, they thought they were telling on me, tattletaling. Let's be real. There's a lot of rats in the panelverse. There's a lot of demons in this realm. There's a lot of people that are going to be surprised when they find themselves with demons. There's a lot going to be surprised in this place. Because a lot of people have spent a lifetime not opposing evil at all. They've done nothing. And they even come to my channel and they'll say they just want out. They just want to get out of this realm. They want to get themselves out. There's a lot of selfish beings, selfish people in this realm. And they show it more and more. The more that I run this channel, the more I see. The more I see that there's very few deserving of even getting out of this place. Because they'd rather support demons. They don't care what happens to anyone. They don't do anything against evil. They just want to get themselves out. In fact, they don't care what evil does to me. They just want to get enough information out of me to get themselves out. They want to use me, in other words. And I see it.
All the trash, garbage. I'll be damned, and even random saying. Well, I'm not hearing insanity saying shit about me, but I will review their stream. Yeah, I'll review their stream. I do so want to see Tommy hung out to dry. And you know, Cage kept bringing up his aesthetic warriors discrepancies. about Crunchy Bee and the little autistic boy that he was using as some type of pedophile protege, all the way to this aesthetic warrior trying to use me as content, but wanted respect from me that he didn't earn. And his first attempt at making an amusing stand at this was placing me and Tommy head to head. Me representing Satan, Tommy representing Jesus. Needless to say, Tommy couldn't hold his own. He was like someone with Parkinson's trying to drink a glass of goddamn fucking water. And that's fact. Yep. I remember all you motherfuckers. I got notes. I got books, script. I've got algorithms. I've got video. And every time every one of you opened your stupid fucking mouths, you dug your hole just a little deeper. And if there's any justice, you'll all wind up with Talcott in Washington. That would tickle the goddamn living shit out of me, you fucking dissident pieces of fucking anti-government shit. You're the problem with this goddamn country. You're not satisfied with what you got. You want more you at whoever's expense. Just like you steal content, narratives. You are all nothing but a slimy bunch of underbellied pieces of shit. Crawling in the murk and the mire of fecal matter underneath of the feet of real Americans. And you're about to be trampled by real Americans. As you rally cry, Jack Talcott. You dumb shit. I will protect this country. I will protect the integrity of this country. And I will protect my government against dissident pieces of shit that look to go to Washington and try and take it over with their fanatical ideals and their religious zealot thinking. To come at the president? Oh, you fucks are stupid. You know better than to fuck with America? Bad enough we have lying ass fucking cops, crooked ass judicial system, political dissidents amongst its common consumer and less than. But now you want to go to Washington with your ideals and try and infiltrate the halls. I don't know no Michelle MC. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Salt Lake City. Gotcha. Sorry about that, brother. Mr. Salt Lake City. Mr.
What's up, mate? What's up, Axis?
Hey. Oh, just
How are you, man?
getting ready to throw all these fucking bastards under the bus.
Yeah. How are you
They
doing
don't
right now, man?
appreciate. What's that?
How are you doing right now? What's up?
Well, this is the 27th day, and the morrow will be the 28th day, the end of the blood ritual, and that is whenever I fulfill the narrative and directive of what this was all about.
Oh, is it? Okay. For Axis, actually, the network isn't quite well right now. It is strong enough. So the voice is quite distorted. Your voice is quite distorted. It's a bit unclear.
What about now?
Yes, sir?
Is it better?
Yes, it's nice now.
Okay.
Yeah, Axis.
Well,
yeah. I have a question. I have a question for you. Axis. Did you watch a specific video I gave you yesterday? Just God gave Lumster, Greater Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, you're breaking up, man, a little bit, but
How was it?
yeah, I got
Yes,
to
sir?
catch part of it, and yeah, fuck, man, it's no different than what happened to so many other channels, and his message is cool, man. I could dig on it.
Okay. So you believe that we live in a crater?
Not particularly. I said his message was good. I can dig on it. I didn't say I agree with it.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's it. Okay, that's interesting.
Well, it's just,
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion, their own ideal, and they can voice it, and that's cool with me. I have no problem with that. Freedom
absolutely.
of speech. You know, that's one of the mainstays of this country is, you know, you got the freedom of speech and freedom of religion. You know, but just as I was telling these people out here, you know, do you appreciate living in America?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you a question. What if a bunch of radical political dissidents with religious zealot overtones headed to Washington to infiltrate the halls of government to get to Trump? How would you feel about that?
Oh, that's interesting because I didn't watch. Because how does it know? He must. That guy, the specific guy you didn't mention about, he's actually from Netherlands. He's from Dutchy. So he does have some bit occult knowledge about certain aspects.
Jack Talcott? Are you fucking kidding me?
No, sir.
Jack Talcott worked for the goddamn post office and claimed to have a bit of a military career. But that is no excuse for the past few years of his political idealism and him going to Washington to infiltrate the halls of government with his radical idealism and religious zealot concepts to get to the president.
Well, Access, I sent you a message. Please check. Access, please check the message I sent you right now in private chat.
My voice is distorted or yours?
No,
Because I'm having a hard
your
time
voice.
hearing
Actually,
you. My voice.
Actually, sir, I have some network issues from my side. A lot of network issues.
Yes.
Actually, you do realize I live in Utah, far away from Salt Lake City. There's always some network issues going on in all these places.
Let me see what this does. YouTube's probably scared to fucking death right now. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Sir.
Can you hear
I
me
can hear
better?
you. It's a bit clear now. Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Now, I asked you a question.
Yes.
Do you like living in the United States?
Axis, I'm very, very sorry right now. Actually, your voice is still distorted. It's still very unclear, and I'm having issues communicating with you right now. I'm unable to understand your words clearly.
Are you sure about that? Because it shows that it's coming through just fine on my end.
Yes. No, there's having issues on my end. I'm having issues, network issues on my end. Yes.
Well, if there was anybody that had a goddamn brain out there, they would let me know whether they could hear me or not. But I don't expect there's a fucking one out there with a goddamn brain enough to put in the chat whether I'm being heard well or not, which doesn't matter because I'll play fucking music. 5x5, thank you. Thank you. Let it be real. Thank you.
Yes, Axis.
Dude, I don't know what your fucking game is, but everybody seems to think that the sound is 5x5. Obviously, you're avoiding the fucking question. You don't want to answer it. And if you believe in Jack Calcott and his bullshit, then you can follow him straight to Washington and you can suffer the same fucking fate he's going to suffer.
Axis, actually, I will come back after half an hour, after 30 minutes, I will come back to your live chat again. I hope you will be here soon because I just called my electrician, the person who
Yeah,
fixed
what the
Wi-Fi.
fuck ever. Goodbye.
Okay.
Fucking tard. The fuck was that about? Get on a goddamn panel and don't even have the goddamn fucking microphone equipment to fucking what a that is the type of mentality that fucked every one of you. That mentality right there. Stupid. Profound fucking stupid. And let's be real, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Because the rest of these fucking lingering ass fucking workers, They're just as fucking pathetic and useless as they are hanging around here. The fuck you even around here for? Unsubscribe. Go the fuck away. Really. Less than 24 hours, this show's over, and you're all gonna fucking see what Jack Calcott, Cage Reality, Vex Factor, Illumitati, Sanity Machine, who just claimed that he ordered the murder of my son. He confessed to be an accessory to murder. Wow. I knew there was something really fucked up about that dude. And especially...
That's completely false. I did not. You're lying and slandering me, you piece of shit. And you're recorded. You slandered me.
He's sidekicking with Jack Calcott. I mean, really? Flow State building money up for him. Sanity Machine right there on panel with him, claiming to have had my son whacked. And then Jack headed to fucking Washington to infiltrate the halls of government with his fanatic idealism after being dismissed from the Postal Service, wanting to get at Trump. And I hope to God the algorithm's picking all this up. Yeah, that's right, motherfuckers. There's an algorithm. Been studying it for quite some time. If you'd have paid the fucking attention. Frequency, AI technology. Yeah, that's me. Remember? Probably not, you fucks. You don't have an attention span. Not more than fucking enough to go from one channel to the next. So every fucking channel and name that I'm mentioning is now associated with Jack Calcott, headed to Washington through your guys' finances and donations and support to infiltrate government and get to Trump, which he even admitted today. Would somebody please help me figure out how to get to Trump? Well, you all helped him. Now I wonder what, DC police, Homeland Security, Secret Service, White House security. Well, I bet the fuck they're looking for Jack Calcott when I get the fuck off this live stream. And every one of you motherfuckers that donated and supported his ass. And don't forget there's an algorithm. So regardless of what you think, this is being fed into an algorithm. Because I protect my country. I'm a red-blooded American. And I protect it from fucktards like you. And this algorithm is eating your asses up right now. And when I get off of this stream, they're going to be eating Jack Calcott's ass up if he ain't the fuck out of Washington and as far the fuck away as he can get from it. Fuck him and his agenda. And I'd be careful, Flo. You were just at a hotel room interviewing his ass, getting money for him to get there. That straight puts you on the fucking line hard, boy. You should have paid attention. I am the ghost in the fucking machine, bitch. And there ain't a goddamn one of you that's got the fucking balls to get the fuck up here and even defend yourselves. Monster and Let's Be Real are the only two people that have any fucking integrity amongst the whole goddamn lot of you. But I guess that kind of exempts them from guilt by association. That exempts them from being complicit in a potential government takeover by a hostile radical. Ooh. Monster. Let's be real. Good choice. Very good choice. Hope you're listening. As for the rest of you, fuck you.
Fuck you. You lying piece of shit. He's a liar.
Hey guys, it's Matt. Oh boy, did the righteous truther pour forth yesterday. In a video, I actually had the balls to mention the NFL draft, to mention something in the mainstream. Can you imagine the blasphemy, the crime, the truth research crime that I committed? Now there's two types of righteous truther. There's the nasty kind, of which most of those were eliminated from the channel yesterday, which I really much appreciate because I think I'm up 45 subscribers. It always gives you the last 28 days, your quick look at your statistics in Google. Say, last 28 days, Matt, you're minus 20. But recently, the last 3 or 4 weeks, it said the last 28 days, you're plus 35, plus 42. So I think I eliminated probably close to 10 people. And then that would get it down a bit because I don't want to get anywhere near 100,000. Okay, I don't. So we'll address more of the people that will stick with this channel and will probably be big enough to take this. I don't know though. Is the righteous truther that's not the nasty breed, but is just about ego. It's all about them, me. They have a lot of work to do. I mean, the people that, you watch the NFL? I don't ever watch sports. I threw my TV out a long time ago. Matt, giving the not milk attention with its sports. There's so many different things to discuss here. First off, they always have to tell you what they do. If you have to push forth you, me, look at me, you have issues. You have a lot of work to do. Nobody cares what if you threw your television out or you turned off sports. Nobody cares. Pushing forth me, you have a lot of work to do. But the other element or aspect that I always think about when I see these comments is, so this person has found a way to live life where they don't participate in any way in the mainstream. Not one movie must be watched by this person, not one TV show. Would that person actually make a difference or differentiate between the system, the not milk system of Hollywood or large media and television and the NFL? Really? They're not the exact same thing? Of course they are. Almost every not milk system is on the same footing when it comes to the creepy table. So those people, I must assume, if you, I haven't watched sports in 10 years, Matt, I can't believe you're even giving attention to the subject. So you haven't watched a movie. You see how you're completely hypocritical if you've watched a movie or a television show.
Not everyone watches movies, Matt. Not everybody watches movies. Some people don't go to the movies and they don't own a TV and they've gotten rid of their TV. I know you can't believe it because that's all you have is movies. All you have is movies. That's all you have, movies, Maddie. That's all you do is build your stoves, and you almost unalived yourself with the damper on your stove. You almost poisoned yourself with carbon monoxide. And you watch movies. That's all you do. You've watched more movies than anybody I've ever seen. That's your life here. That's what you've done in this realm. You watched movies. Congratulations. Congratulations, Matt McKinley. He watched a lot of movies. That could be on your tombstone one day. He watched a lot of movies. He watched thousands and thousands of movies. What else did he do? Well, nothing. That's what you did with your life. You watched movies.
Show. And there's a few of you go, well, I haven't. Well, then, but there, you haven't participated. So you haven't watched a movie.
He always does that feminine. This is. There might be people tuned in right now. The guy on the screen, Humpty Dumpty, might be your favorite. He might be your favorite. There's people with emotional attachments to this dummy.
Sports in 10 years, Matt. I can't believe you're even giving attention to the subject. So you haven't watched a movie. You see how you're completely hypocritical if you've watched a movie or a television show. And there's a few of you go, well, I haven't. Well, then, but there, you haven't participated in anything in the mainstream. You haven't bought a Coca-Cola. You haven't bought a Pepsi. See where it breaks down? Really? You think there's any difference in terms of the creepy table or the not milk back room or whatever you want to call it, the door behind the door behind the door, where there's actually no bad guy, there's actually no boss level. It's just people that are brainwashed on the download, working in these big corporations, doing what the not milk wants without understanding how they're serving it. You think there's any difference between Coca-Cola, Hollywood, and the NFL? Really? So if there are all the righteous truther comments I've gotten over the years, and, every few weeks I do a mainstream type video. I will complain about Disney's horrible movies, etc., etc. And just to piss off the righteous truthers, I may do one a week, which is more than I've ever done. So there's probably, I'd say 1% that are really living their lives righteously. Matt, no, I grow my own food in the backyard. I haven't watched a Hollywood movie in 20 years. I haven't watched sports in 20 years. I don't buy a Coca-Cola. I apologize to that 1%. And I would think that 1% is so advanced, the beginning of their comment wouldn't be saying about me. Let me tell you what I do. Oh, I haven't watched. They wouldn't. They would be bigger than that. But the 99% hypocrites. Absolute hypocrites. If, as I said, if we followed you around with a hidden secret camera, maybe one from a drone where you weren't aware that the drone was following you around, not only would we probably
baby truther shit. This is what people love. This shit.
Or most likely with 99% chance see you participating in mainstream things, grabbing a Pepsi, or whatever it may be. I mean, I haven't just sat down and listed out all the 1,000 potential ways these people are hypocrites. Not only would we see that from these people, in my opinion, again, I apologize to the 1% that are truly living their lives like this, but the 99% are not. Not only would we see participation in the mainstream to one degree or another, we would see them doing probably some real sick shit. There's probably something buried in the closet. There's just you're not as righteous as you. Not only would we see participation in the mainstream to one degree or another, we would see them doing probably some real sick shit. There's probably something buried in the closet.
Listen to his probablys. There's probably something in your closet, movies, Maddie. In your cat piss house. Your house is stinky, full of cat piss.
There's just you're not as righteous
Pooyah on Maddie. Pooyah. Pooyah.
as you you think you are, obviously. So I like giving out the Righteous Truther Award, and if somebody just says, Matt, I turned sports off a long time. Please don't give attention to that. I'll accept it and give. It's still hypocritical. I'll give them the Righteous Truther Award. Come here, Czar, and I'll give them the award, and that's fine. But there's also to many of these people, there's a nastiness. There's a nastiness.
Oh, there's a nastiness to you, movies, Maddie. There's a nastiness to you. Why haven't you gone live ever? You claim that you've had YouTube channels for 14 years. You've never done a live stream and had a question answer. Nobody's able to question this guy at all.
That came out. I forget exactly.
Oh, there's a nastiness to you.
What was said in some of the comments with the people that I eliminated them or removed them from the channel. But it's not that common, but about 20% of the time there's a nastiness that I would even think, I would even have the gall to go there to, oh my gosh, I thought you were somebody you're not. You mentioned the NFL draft. Now here's what really bothers me. I don't just make a video about the NFL draft and it's just a big fake ruse. Is that all I did? It's just a big fakery. It's all a plot. I mean, it's all a big ruse. It's all a big script. I don't ever stop there. I brought in this concentric reality diagram. I bring in those elements where I believe I have to, that tries to understand how this reality works at the fundamental level. Even if it's real, it's fake, implying that most things that the Not Milk brings forth that create news headlines that last days and days and dominate the news cycle, whether it be the sports section or either the weather section or a hurricane, most things that the Not Milk pushes that aggressively or just dominates day after day, of course, like 99% of that is a fake presentation. It's all cooked up by the Not Milk. I'm not going to make a video that's just that and say, thanks for coming, and then turn it off. Concentric rings diagram. Even if it's real, it's fake. A reminder that the people executing these sorts of things on behalf of what the Not Milk wants, they're not in on it. They're not consciously aware of how they're serving it. Many believe that they're actually trying to help, or it's the frequency and the download comes out more than when I floated this out 5, 6, 7 years ago. These people must be on a frequency or a download. They know not what they do. I had no idea it would come true. Zara, I had no idea it would come true as much as it came true. I didn't, I just floated it out, the idea, as a way to explain something. These people must be on a download. I didn't know what that meant. I still don't know exactly what that means. But it's becoming, every time we look at an example, it's becoming more and more literal that they are on some sort of frequency or download. And if they were put on the lie detector test, they would say, I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not serving, and what did you call it? Not Milk. I'm not serving anything else. I'm trying to do the best I can over here to improve this part of government or to improve this part of society or of sport or whatever it may be. I mean, they think they're doing their best, where we can say clearly, they're serving something else. If it's not flat outright evil, then there's just a lack of common sense, where you could say, bring in the first grade class and say, regarding, let's just go back to Disney movies, for example. You could bring in the first grade class. You don't need think tanks and consultants at $400 an hour. And the first grade class would say, well, we would start by kind of looking at the fan base over 30 years and just giving the core fan base what they want first and protecting that, holding on to that. The first grade class would make decisions that these corporations and then the movie reviewers and others just make excuses that the writers don't know what they're doing. Just so when all of common sense is removed across the board. And again, in almost any scenario, how do you improve this sport? How do you improve this movie or whatever? With the first grade class could come up with ideas in just 15 minutes of talking with them, but the top executives don't. That's a download. because there's not, we get back to they all receive the secret instructions and the secret order. It's just impossible anymore. It's too, the breakdown in society, the breakdown in reality is too pervasive. It's in every facet. There's no way. Does the first grade truther actually still believe in the secret orders and the secret societies? It blows my mind. The breakdown in everything is in every single element and facet of all of society, culture, and all of government. Nothing ever improves. Everything always gets worse. The pendulum only swings in one direction. And that cannot possibly be coordinated. So therefore, it just provides more evidence that people are on some sort of a frequency or a download. So the righteous truther barking out their comments. Several I left, but many had a nasty element to a sentence that was just nasty, like vitriol. And I don't, why would I possibly keep those people around here? As I told you, I'm trying to reduce subscribers. Why would I care about subscribers? Even when Truth Research and Truth Videos were monetized, they were monetized about 8 years or so that I was doing this. 8 years. Never took a penny. Never ran an ad. And people would complain that I was running an ad, said, well, back in the day, you could use a 5-second movie clip, or the channel was smaller, you could use a 5-second clip from a song. Matt, you say you're not monetized. There was an ad. This is years and years ago. Well, there was an ad because I used a 5-second clip or a copyrighted work. They slapped an ad on to make themselves and the copyright owner money. I didn't receive a penny of that. So a few of my old videos had ads for that reason. Never ran an ad. Well, Matt, it's nice to know you had I did need the money. Trust me. I just wouldn't take it. Wouldn't do it. As long as I could get by. The ultimate dirty money to me when I was doing, especially what we were doing, Truth Research, the platform was allowing videos about all of the mall events and the school events, and you could post videos of Ribby Bibby Robbie, one of the parents, you could post all that and it would load and it wouldn't be blocked, and it was just like dirty to me. And I still had the brokerage, the insurance brokerage. It was an overlap of about 4 years, I guess. More than that, maybe 5 years or so. But that was the brokerage was collapsing. The clients, you can't expect to go into the into the calling on corporations and expect to succeed. Of course, I couldn't figure it out because I had a product. I served families that lived overseas. Families that lived overseas need a whole variety of insurance that they can't find. And if they're stationed in Brazil, Americans in Japan or China, property insurance, liability, certain types of life insurance over and above what the company provides, certain types of medical, travel medical, all sorts of different things. And people still get on. There was a few products that people get, oh, he sold this insurance. Oh my God. He actually sold an insurance product that people, they still.
He says there were a few products that was kidnapping and ransom insurance, kidnapping and ransom insurance specialist. He says there were a few products.
Travel medical, all sorts of different things. And people still get on. There was a few products that people get, oh, he sold this insurance. Oh my God. He actually sold an insurance product that people, the trolls still latch on to my past life. That I actually sold up to 20 different products to expatriates that lived overseas to try to keep a roof over my head, to try to put food on the table. That was so, to the trolls, that's evil or something. I have no idea where they're coming from. A few really nasty trolls latched onto a few of the products. Like, oh, look how evil this is. Like, well, I don't want to talk too much about what.
Why don't you name the products? Kidnapping and ransom insurance is what you were selling. You were making money from selling that. That's what you were doing.
That lived overseas to try to keep a roof over my head, to try to put food on the table. That was so, to the trolls, that's evil or something. I have no idea where they're coming from. A few really nasty trolls latched onto a few of the products. Like, oh, look how evil this is. Like,
Why are you calling your critics trolls, nasty trolls? Because you're a liar, Humpty Dumpty.
Well, I don't want to talk too much about what I used to do. It was an entire suite of products.
Quantum of conscience. Why don't you mention what they were? Name them. Don't be ashamed. Name them.
I don't want to talk too much about what I used to do. It was an entire suite of products where I would approach the family and say, "What do you need?" and I can provide it to you. But the thing about trying to succeed in terms of who I was or who I was becoming, trying to succeed in the not milk world, and for years I was frustrated. 2007, 2008, 9, 10. How come? Because it didn't cost the company any money. I just said, just pass my brochures out to your people around the world. I remember calling on the Coca-Cola company in around 2010, just saying, what does it cost me? Nothing. You just take my PDF and send it to your expatriates all over the world, and we'll work with the families directly. I sold one or two where they sent my PDF around. All the phone calls I made, nobody. It just went. It got worse and worse and worse every year, and I couldn't figure it out. And this will seem like an excuse to some of you. I couldn't figure it out for years. And talking with a few people, and I was, understanding how this reality works. Said, Matt, oil and water. It's not that the product isn't needed by the people. On paper, it makes perfect sense what you're doing, but you trying to separate from this reality, trying to grow, trying to become a different type of spiritual being than all the others here on the ship of fools. You're separating from the reality. It's noticing, of course, it knows who you are. And then you're trying to jump back in and participate in the not milk world and sell products. It's the oil and water. It doesn't matter how good the product is. It's you. It's a frequency. It's two sides of the magnet that push back against each other. And then once I came to that realization that that's what it was, which to many of you, that's an excuse, Matt. You just couldn't sell. Go watch Glenn Ross again, Matt. You one of those ones that sucked. I did okay at the big insurance company, and as you can see, I can kind of talk ad hoc, whatever that means, or extemporaneously. I was okay as a salesperson and making presentations, so I don't think that was it. Glenn Ross, go watch that movie. Oh my goodness. It's hard to, if you've ever been a salesperson, it's hard to watch. It's really hard to watch. Sales can be brutal, absolutely brutal. And in movies like Glengarry Glen Ross, it's about scamming people and that. And most sales is not about scamming people. Well, let's not, Matt. Let's leave your past life behind and not try to protect the salesman. A lot of sales is about scamming people. I hear you. I was calling on the larger corporations just to have them distribute my information to the people that lived overseas. But guys, because I've movies and music and everything is completely melted down, and there's nothing at all to watch, and there's nothing. I've really gotten into the old movies, and maybe once every 2 weeks, like a segment like this, I'll share some of the great old movies that if you're under 40 or under 30, you're going to really have no clue about some of these movies. Midnight Cowboy was one I saw just a few days ago. I'd seen it so long ago. Highly recommended. Many parts are disturbing. It was originally rated X, which there's no graphic sex with John Voight. It was just so harsh. And John Voight, I'll get off the movie topic in just 2 minutes, guys. John Voight, he just has these pie in the sky ideas as to what he'll be and he'll become. And he's this dishwasher in this small, tiny little Texas town. And he's going to go to John Voight. I just knew him as an older actor. I didn't know he was so handsome, and just goes off to the big city. And at first he's going to shack up with rich older women, and that's how he's going to make his, like a male prostitute. But you get the impression he's going to shack up with rich older women that are going to support him until he gets his feet under him. But it doesn't work out, and he meets Dustin Hoffman in the street. His name is Ratso. He's a drug addict. He lives basically homeless, and it just, things get worse. And anyway, it's a very impactful, very interesting movie. Czar, you going to take the cord with you again? Very interesting movie. And I'm trying to find an old classic like this at least, a few a week. And we'll start with Midnight Cowboy, but I'll share them with you. And if you have any to share. In terms of the other thing regarding the righteous truthers, you know what, guys, Zara's going to step on the keyboard. I have to pause this and make sure it's still recording. The issues I've had. I was going to say something else about the righteous truther, and I thought about something else I want to tell you. The one that really took the cake, and this happens a lot when I talk about something mainstream or movies, or the only one people tend to give me a break on is Severance. Talk about, is there a higher self element or another spiritual aspect of us that is actually a little bit at odds with us? And people don't usually say, oh, you're watching television, Matt. They usually give me a break on Severance. But the one that took the cake from the last video was real good, Matt. You present that this is long and drawn out. The comment was a little bit shorter. But so you're talking about how the Notnell constructed this massive ruse in order to get the name Shedeur Sanders into hundreds of millions of more homes where before they were relatively unfamiliar with him. And then you're making a video about the same topic, which puts his name in front of even more people. Really? So I'm giving energy and attention to it. Okay, a couple things here. First off, so what am I supposed to do? Start the video, beep, and the Mac goes beep, beep, beep. It's recording. There's the green light. Just sit here and go. I mean, what am I supposed to? If I talk about the 7-Eleven job application submission, then that's giving energy and attention to it. I can't talk about anything. Will the people that support me still continue to support me if I just hit play and go, oh, I'd like to talk about this, but I can't. I give energy and attention to it. I'd like to talk about this over here, and I'd like to make a joke about Robbie Bibby. I'd like to make a joke, but that would be bringing energy and attention to it. So according to these people, and they're really smart from Davenport, I can't say anything. So I just sit here and go, see, I mean, really? So if I was just giving energy and attention to it and just complaining that it's just all fake, I guess that wouldn't be good enough. But what did I do? Look, Matt, don't try to defend yourself. These trolls, they'll run you down. It does. Bring in the concentric reality diagram. Say this is a great example, in my opinion. Even if it's real, it's fake. A whole world revolving around Notnell, putting forth everything Notnell would want, yet nobody individually being aware of what they're serving. It's a study of reality itself. I have to use examples in the mainstream. What am I supposed to do? Go out back and look under rocks and there's worms and I might find a frog or something and use those examples to present what the spiritual adversary does in the Notnell? Anyway, guys, these people, I don't know. There's a combination. Some are just trolls and they just want to dig just to get at me. The best way for a troll to get at me, they can't get at me in any other way, is just, if I mention something mainstream, look what he's doing. He's breaking his own rules. He's talking about movies. That's all they can do. So they're going to continue to do that. But there is, other than that, the righteous truther, that truly has not watched an NFL game in 15 years, a righteous truther that just has a ton more work to do. It's about ego. It's about me. Hey, person will walk by on the street and they'll say, hey, you don't know me. I'm Joe. I haven't watched the NFL in 15 years. Now, come on now. Give me some praise. Give me some love. It's about them. They have a lot of work to do, my friend. They have an ego. They have a lot of work to do. Remember, I've Tony, who I've talked about hundreds and hundreds of times. Not my friend Tony that believes the news, but the other Tony that explained to me he had that experience with higher self, and he basically viewed it, and he was the first to provide in my opinion, a very, very good explanation, or something that really resonated with me, as to how Melvin and Bezos and these creeps and those that are in positions of power, this is years and years ago. He said, Matt, why would you assume they're the same spiritual entity that you are? They're not. He called them sequentials. But he grew frustrated with me. He doesn't participate in this channel anymore. I don't know if he still watches from time to time. In other words, I haven't gotten an email from him. I talked to him once for over an hour on the phone. But just the one thing regarding the righteous truther that's always about me, and ego. The one thing that always, with Tony, was he carried an anger about the world. And I'm not going to get into any specifics or any personal information, of course, but there was always in his emails, there was an anger. And to me, he really influenced my perception of the world, told me about his experiences with higher self, which really resonated with me, that they're potentially, we might be just a small part of something much, much larger spiritually. And he will always, many of these things that I think I'll carry forth into my videos for as long as this channel exists. But the reason maybe I never went further with him is these tremendous anger that he carried. And I always thought if somebody, the true wise man would not carry that. The true wise man would find a way to especially if you've communed with higher self and see this experience here on earth as just one little tiny drop in the ocean amongst all that we're going to do or all that we have done. I mean, there's no reason, if you truly see the big picture, there's no reason to be angry here at anybody, even not Nilk. If you see the big picture, I mean, this is just one little tiny experience in an ocean. If you back up far enough, there's just what is done to us here. If you believe you're going to go on spiritually, is completely inconsequential. I mean, you'll look back on it at some point, 75 years, 85 years, this lifetime, look back on it or see how it fits into the whole, and it will literally be a joke. I mean, it'll literally be 1,000 times more inconsequential than stepping into a closet, stepping right out. In the closet being this universe, this reality, this construct. Stepping in, stepping out in 1 second. No matter what trauma was done, no matter what. That's why the people that, I really get frustrated with people that say, Matt, we would have never signed up for this trauma. If there's a part of us that's not here or higher self and wouldn't put a piece of ourselves to experience this trauma. Really? I mean, again, it's if you're a timeless being, it doesn't, no matter how bad the trauma here, in the scheme of things, it's nothing. It is nothing. I mean, it's hard to reconcile. I've talked about Josh, a good friend of this channel here, being disabled. I've emailed him back and forth. He's never said to me, like, stop mentioning my name and that I'm disabled. He's okay with this, or he would have emailed me, because we've emailed back and forth for 4 or 5 years now. Not a lot, but several times. I mean, even his situation where he needs daily assistance for disability going on decades now. I mean, even as horrible as that is, and who am I to pass judgment as to how hard or easy it is, but even as horrible as that is, if this is one lifetime, is one experience of a timeless being, it's nothing in the scheme of things. And that's hard to say. And, we'll tell Josh that. I know. But I'm trying nothing. I mean, it's hard to reconcile. In the scheme of things, it's nothing. It is nothing. Ourselves experience this trauma. People that, I really get frustrated with people that say, Matt, we would have never signed up for this trauma. If there's a part of us that's not here or higher self and wouldn't put a piece of ourselves to experience this trauma. Really? I mean, again, it's if you're a timeless being, it doesn't, no matter how bad the trauma here, in the scheme of things, it's nothing. It is nothing. I mean, it's hard to reconcile. I've talked about Josh, a good friend of this channel here, being disabled. I've emailed him back and forth. He's never said to me, like, stop mentioning my name and that I'm disabled. He's okay with this, or he would have emailed me, because we've emailed back and forth for 4 or 5 years now. Not a lot, but several times. I mean, even his situation where he needs daily assistance for disability going on decades now. I mean, even as horrible as that is, and who am I to pass judgment as to how hard or easy it is, but even as horrible as that is, if this is one lifetime, is one experience of a timeless being, it's nothing in the scheme of things. And that's hard to say. And, we'll tell Josh that. I know. But I'm trying to put things, if you're talking on the fly, it's hard to have everything come out perfectly. I'm just trying to put whatever happens to us here, as bad as it can be, just make sure you see the big picture. Now, we're not 100% confident of what happens to us at death. That's the mystery of this, the mystery of death, or the potential of non-existence. That will always hang over us here. That's to me, that's one of the main reasons for this whole experience. To experience death. A timeless being doesn't experience death. It knows it's timeless. It gets jaded. It gets bored, like those scenes we talked about with Captain Janeway in the Q entity in Star Trek Voyager. It's like, would you imagine going into a reality, where you're going to have so many aches and pains and trauma and this and that, and what happened to me 2 weeks ago with the stabbing, and the muscle cramp was like being stabbed. It was just, so you're going to have these things, and the trauma will be at a certain level, and potentially the trauma is at a certain level here, to always make sure that you keep in the back of your mind that death could bring the end of existence. That death, that to me could be the reason for this experience. That how, and from a timeless being perspective, going into could you imagine actually believing that as your lifetime, whatever this earth construct there, see, that's where you're going to go. See it down there? That's where, as you approach what you will believe is your death, then you will always, even though we might get it down to only 5%, it will always linger that it could be the end of your entire existence. Now, what would you pay to experience that fun ride? Well, I pay a lot. How much are tickets for that? I want in. Don't be so quick to be careful what you wish for. That's a hardcore place, and you won't know what you were. It's like the last conversation before you were born, that thing. You won't remember. That's hardcore pipe hitting. I want in. To me, that's what it is. That's what it is. From an individual's perspective, from the creator or God or ultimate source perspective, I have different views as to what. I still believe in the filter theory. Not the gefilte fish theory, the filter theory, where the first time I heard, we heard 15 years ago that God broke itself into trillions and trillions of pieces. I was like, oh, that's horse shit, man. I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. But then to me, when I started talking about that 10 years ago, it was the Roach Motel theory, the filter theory, that, well, if God broke itself or source creation into trillions or hundreds of trillions of different pieces or whatever it may be, well then, God did that to have experiences through the individual. And we'll eventually someday, trillions and trillions of years from now, all combine. Matt, this is New Age horse shit. I said, don't slap some New Age. I don't care what tag you want to put on it. Is it traditionally Orthodox Christian? No. Okay, but then everything will come back together. Fine, that interests me. That's interesting to me. But I thought the filter theory is, well, why would God and Source take all the pieces back? You filter out the crap. And that really triggers a lot of people. Oh, a spiritual entity of God is not going to just go to nothing. He or call it a he, whatever. Actually, it's very offensive to any God, even the Christian God, to call it a he. Even the Christian God, Christians, do you think ultimate creator? Do you think it wants to be called a he or a no? And this we were made in God's image. I mean, that image, I never understood that. That doesn't make any sense. God doesn't get up in the morning and go in the bathroom. It doesn't happen. I mean, we are made in His image. I never understood that, but let's not stray. Broke itself into a million pieces, and only going to take the best pieces back. The rest, get rid of it. Why is that so triggering to so many people? And I remember now it's popping up. I've used the example, we talked about this years ago. Well, you try to get rid of yourself all the time. People try to lose weight. You're somebody that's lost 50 pounds on Go Low or something. I lost 50 pounds, and you've gotten rid of yourself, parts of yourself. You lost the 50 pounds. Do you want it back? You hold on to it. I'm trying to save these fat cells over here, or somebody might get liposuction. They get this part of them cut out, and then they get the skin pulled. I know somebody that did that, and well, good for them. They lost the 80 pounds and had to get a little skin pulled. The skin was then cut off at parts. Did they save it? Oh, I don't want to get rid of a piece of myself. Let's save the skin. No, they got rid of it. They sloughed it off. Why is it so triggering? There's so much from the comment section. Guys, I've gotten rid of a lot of people over the years. And considering the size of this channel, 6 years ago, it grew relatively quickly through 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,000, for 4. So triggering. There's so much from the comment section. Guys, I've gotten rid of a lot of people over the years. And consider so triggering. There's so much from the comment section. Guys, I've gotten rid of a lot of people over the years. And considering the size of this channel, 6 years ago, it grew relatively quickly through 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,000. For 4 years plus, I've been basically stuck at the exact same number of subscribers, put in that final box where YouTube channels go off to die. Well, I'm glad we have a nice tight knit group here, and the subscribers at least stay relatively stable. So I forgot what I was talking about. The nastiness. I'm surprised it's, considering the size now, it's not even more nasty, but just, it always did surprise me when the channel was 20, 30,000 subscribers. The nasty, it's not just trolls. The nastiness in so many people that I've observed, I just don't understand it. Especially I don't want to say, especially at a channel like this where we feel like outcasts. We feel like brothers and sisters, brothers from another mother, where we're trying to observe a world that we're no longer a part of. That is just whether we consciously wanted to dive off the back of the ship of fools or we were forced out, and we don't resonate with the world anymore. Our frequency it's oil and water, and it has sailed. So it's kind of like the last, to a degree, channels like this, or not just this one, but the last bastion of sanity, those that can see through the world. So it always surprised me, just the amount of vitriol and nastiness that comes up in so many people. I always think that, these people, who are they? Are they the same entity as we are? Are they just trolls? Are they NPCs they're just designed in this reality to give people like us a hard time? But no matter what they are, we're talking about if God or Source split itself into trillions of pieces, why would it want the hatred and the nastiness? Why would it want those people back? Why? Just because it was initially a part of God? I think I'm as convinced of the filter theory as I was the first day I put it out. There she goes, right when we try to get her on camera. Put it out 7 or 8 years ago. Why would it want all of its elements back? I don't know. And Tony's take on that would be completely different. He would say, well, first off, Matt, you people shouldn't even be talking about Source, ultimate God, the last level, when you're like 1,000 levels away. All you should be worried about is the spiritual part of you that's not here. Tony said higher self. That might have a better understanding of ultimate Source, but still many, 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 many steps away. Stop talking about it here on YouTube or whatever. You're so many steps away, you'll never understand it. And just do whatever. If there's a part of you that's not here, just why were you put here? Why was a little aspect of it, according to Tony, put here? Do what it needs to do. But when I said Tony would disagree with the filter theory, he said, well, if the higher self has these different incarnations called simultaneous incarnations, he always stressed that you guys think you're special, you truth researchers, you can see through reality and you're off the ship of fools. And he says the higher self learns from every one of its incarnations. And you've heard me talk about this. I don't want to believe that. The higher self has some stockbroker over here that just trades, that goes after the blips are traded. Does the market still close at 4 o'clock? Then he goes out and just drinks at bars, tries to womanize, cocaine, just the biggest asshole of all time, just flipping through the new Porsche to lease because the person makes $15,000, $20,000 a day. Trip blip, so blip puts on blip, blip blip blip. Calls and puts on blip blip blip. Call. I mean, that's all. And Tony says, "Guess what, Matt? Sorry, you ain't special." Now, we can disagree. We don't have to bow down before Tony. He said, you ain't special. The higher self's learning from all the different incarnations. Your incarnation is unique, man. You're seeing through the world, and And so I'm sure it's getting a lot out of you, but the stockbroker over here that's doing the lines of cocaine or whatever, it's getting a lot out of that. It's learning from all, even the assholes. It's like, it's learning from the assholes too? Can't it just get rid of the assholes and just meld me back in or whatever? So, okay, you understand where I'm going. I'm not just bowing down before that. I think, again, one last time, God, ultimate creation, whatever, if it broke itself up or is doing this thing that seems like the individual to us, I don't think it wants all of itself back. I think that's why it would break itself into pieces. I don't know why that triggers so many people. I bet it doesn't trigger. This has been years since I guess I've talked about this in detail. I bet it doesn't trigger as many people now as that. We had a lot more first grade truthers. We're doing a lot more mall events and school events and bullshit like that. I gotta make sure this is recording. How did we go from a discussion about the righteous truther and the righteous truther award to God or source creation breaking itself up into trillions of pieces? And what? That's like starting off conversation about a Wawa sub, like an Italian hoagie with oil, not mayo, and then 2 minutes later talking, somehow evolving that into a conversation on existentialism or whatever the hell that is. By the way, we have to get back and do more full Ossifers series. We have to go back to Hegel. I only did about 10%. All the Hegel stuff's just sitting. Actually, it's all in my room. It's all sitting there. Everything I've underlined. We need to get back and talk about the Hegelian dialectic with Crush Dife.
Talk about source more. Talk about more source shit. Fucking moron. Oh, this is a Vegan Truthers Club. Look at this guy, Richie, playing. Richie 007, Vegan Truthers Club. Wow. That's he looks a bit like Ian, doesn't he? Here's Ian. Here's Richie. This is what vegans look like, but they think they look good. Richie probably says he's too fat. Look at his arm. Look at his toothpick arm. Fucking hell. They think they look good. Just starve yourselves. That's real smart. That's really good. You're very awake and enlightened if you starve yourself. Oh, these enlightened beings, these enlightened vegans. Oh, goodness.
Jack, you're known for being accused of rape, just like Donald Trump grabbing the plate. All Jack can do is block and Nazi block.
Only by clowns like you.
No.
You
Here's the deal.
ignorant
Jack.
fool.
You also lost.
Holy cows! Not everyone
Right, again,
is
we're doing the
stupid
playing
enough
God
to run
thing.
around with those ridiculous.
Sorry, we got lag here, but you're doing the playing God thing. If you believe in God and vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, then there's nothing to be proven because God knows everything. And if Jack's guilty of that, he has a judgment for that. Where exactly, if you're not Jack's priest, do you come into that equation?
He's
like, it's one thing.
Himself in.
Right.
Sorry.
And we all kind of have done that. We played that role at a certain point, and then comes the like recognition of, okay, observe it, you may not, but pretty much everyone who comes here struggles with various test challenges, mental, emotional illness at times, addictions.
They're a bunch of
Hello?
pedophile, pedo, pogo,
Nephew,
fuck, demon, drunk.
listen. Would you
No,
shut up and listen?
You rapist. You listen.
I think he's upset that nobody would rape him, is why he's so stuck on the rapist thing, because like he's kind of left out.
He's looking for it.
Like he's too fat to catch anyone to rape them, and no one wants to rape him, so he's kind of left out. I think he's jealous of your raping.
No. What's funny is Jack will block and backstage, but let's talk. What are you gonna do when these people question you? What are you gonna do when Trump's administration says, "Hey, there's this guy Snafu, and he interviewed family members and people who said he's a rapist"? No, you laugh about
Wait,
it.
so
What
let
are
me
you
get this straight. Jack
What are
is
you gonna do?
delusional for thinking he's going to talk to Donald Trump or change the world. Might be true. But when he talks to those officials, they're going to bring up Snafu Snaps and the alleged rapist
all of you guys
allegations.
should be ashamed.
What
for
world
not-
are we now
Hey,
in?
well,
We're in a
actually,
double
all of
world
you
of.
guys.
Yeah, it's
Dude.
fascinating. Thank you for being a part of our collective delusion and denial. Thank you for being here. You did great.
Dude, he's gonna save the world from Jack. Holy shit.
That's the thing. You're trying to save the world from wars and secrets. He's trying to save the world from Jack.
I don't think that
and Margot.
people, I think that the executive order is going to take people like Snafu away off of the streets. I do.
I think the executive orders are genociding and enslaving everyone right now as we speak, and we're too busy doing whatever this is. By we, I mean some of us. And I guess I'm here, so I'm supporting it again, directly or indirectly. And that might be the problem / the solution in hiding, right? In waiting.
Oh. Yes, it's happening. When my eyes started opening up to the criminal nature of government, it took me a while to actually wrap my mind around it, but holy shit. Once you see the criminal nature, you can't unsee it. And Paul, these people are nuts. I think we're here to help the other people despite their behavior. Snafu's one of them.
I've come to the conclusion if they're nuts, then so are we, and we're here to help ourselves to stop displaying the illusion or deception as much as possible.
Ooh, that's a good yes. I've been trying not to engage and mirror Snafu. I've really been trying not to drop down and argue with him, but God, it's so tempting.
The truth is, if we really want to be equitable, nobody knows completely what's going on, and that frees us all up from the burden of needing to know, and then we just get to choose what we're going to do and not do and be a part of and not for the rest of our time here. And that's probably going to change as time goes on. If we look at the backward sort of trajectory, where it's come from versus where it is versus where it's going, such is the process of life. So, but again, we would need some level of humbleness and humility before the creational force to accept where we all are and aren't at this time.
That's the key. People like Snafu clearly lacks humility. He doesn't listen. And this is what I think, I swear, this is what I see happening with Donald Trump too. Him and Snafu are just the same, man. They both running around with blame and accusations, and they got enemies everywhere they turn. That's why I think if I can find a way to communicate with Snafu, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Then the asylum, the sky's the limit on the asylum activities that can go on all day, every day.
Exactly. I like a tough challenge, and Snafu has been a challenge for me. But he invited himself into my life, and he just revealed it again.
Technically you invited him in when you made a YouTube channel. This is something I've had to come to grips with as well. We've indirectly invited these people into our lives.
Yes, you're right. Yes and no. I mean, not to this depth, man, but he's set on, oh shit. He's set on saving the world from me because he knows he's about to be defeated. His ego inside, it's being challenged. Both of us, Paul, you know that.
I think this is a common theme we all experience at times, that we look for folks who disagree with us and then make them an enemy to give us a purpose that is beneath the true purpose, which is bettering ourselves and our lives, right? Imagine how much accountability, responsibility we'd all have to take for what we're doing and not doing to really grow and do better and be better and win the internal war. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to fight and argue online and pretend that we each all individually know everything while not doing enough for ourselves and therefore each other. This is the mental emotional illness.
Mhm. This is the asylum of America today. It is, dude.
It's
We're just
literally everyone in prison fighting each other in gangs and in groups while they're all still in prison, not figuring out how to do their time properly or get the fuck out.
That's what it is. It is. America is free range. It's an asylum that's patrolled and enforced by the inmates, and the rich. They're just sitting back laughing at the fools. I know I would be.
Speaking of which, I think I'm going to exit now, and I'm going to sit back and laugh and or cringe and just, marvel at the spectacle that is the Talcottian panel at this point. So we'll leave on a high note.
Hey, much love and respect. I appreciate that, and I truly do appreciate you stopping by. It's good to see you, my friend.
All right, you as well.
Peace. Goblin, unless you got anything, I'm gonna do a disservice and swap out Paul for Snafu.
I just
Go
had
ahead.
one thing I wanted to say, brother. Yeah, it does start with the self. If we lead by example and we set better, models, if you will, I still have faith that humanity can turn around. I've been reaching out, trying to get more people to go into this panel verse and see if we can reach new connections, because the masses are waking up. It does appear that everyone's still asleep, but they are waking up, I assure you.
I agree. I do have a lot of hope.
Yeah, hope.
Welcome
Yeah.
back, Snafu.
Hope. Now, you had 3 events you missed today in D.C., right?
I heard.
Well, yeah, and I'll send them to you privately so I ain't fuck with you. Now, what's
Please
funny is, no, I will. I will. What's funny is, here's the deal. I'm going to talk realistically, okay? You got Paul, who is Guru Daddy, acts like he knows everything more than everyone, right? You got Wizard, who faked cancer, scammed thousands of dollars faking cancer, who lives off his old lady's pensions. You got Taylor Briggs, Flow State, who's pedophile sympathizer, who is linked to Proud Boys, right? Informant Optic, Proud Boys, January 6th. Then you got OTW, the toothless pedophile linked fucking coward bitch. He said, I'd crawl up in the ball for fucking children if they were going to kill me. You got all these fake motherfuckers. I was the only one. You guys remember I brought an actual district attorney on my channel, just a few weeks ago? I actually bring real optics to the table. There's a lot of things going behind scenes you don't know about with the pedo pogo optics. But Jack, your delusions of thinking you could escape PR damage, such as your rape allegation or you not being part of your family, you don't think this is something the people that you claim you're going to talk to and persuade are going to call out on your part? You think that you're going to Nazi block them and just...
I'm pausing you to see if you want an answer or if you want to continue your loop.
No, I want to continue.
What do you
my
want
loop.
to do?
I want to...
All right. Continue your loop elsewhere, please. Because your accusations and your allegations against me, Snafu, are unfounded. You're running with gossips and rumors. And here's what I realized. Goblin, welcome aboard. Appreciate you, respect you. I trust these conclusions are true. God has tested me in my life. I've been seeking to learn, and I found tests. And so I found a lot of lessons as well. Now, I suspect this is how God works with the universe. Every one of us is testing each other. We can either, when we interact with each other, and especially depending upon the depth of the relationship, how close we allow each other to be. Every interaction, every relationship is bringing blessings or lessons. Now, I've learned a lot of lessons. I can help someone like Snafu. Snafu could help someone like me. I apologize. I was trying to land this somewhere and I forgot where I was heading.
I see where you're going with it. We have to lean on each other, and I'm not saying to be dependent amongst each other, but when we lean on each other and we step outside of those comfort zones and we allow them to test us, and then we take those lessons and turn them to blessings. I'm having a bad connection here, so I'm going to jump out. I'm proud of what you're doing, man. Stay on the narrow path, brother.
Have it on the screen. The opportunity to contribute, it's in the link in the description. And the idea is, may have actually been already taken care of, but I'm not sure yet. Because what I'm referring to is shelter and accommodations. The idea behind that GoFundMe was to find an RV, fund and achieve an RV. So there's shelter and I can travel and have the security, but it is what it is. We've got another guest and I don't want to wrap up without this opportunity. So welcome, Margot, Women
Hi.
of Peace.
Two things. Number one, I want to say to all the haters and disbelievers out there, just, you're there. Do what you can do to allow Jack to try and reach his dreams. And if he succeeds, be a part of that. If he fails, he knows that it's on his own accord. Does that make sense?
I think it does. I appreciate it.
That's how I feel about Snafu. And Snafu, I love you. I know I'm going to get backlash about this, but that's okay. I'm my own woman. I can do and say what I want. And then I also want to relay a message that Butterflies had down in the chat. There's a lot of great chats down there, and Butterfly thinks that you should check them out. So if you get a second, make sure you check your chats out after the show, if you'd like. I'm not trying to give you,
No,
I'm trying to tell you what to do because I know that triggers you.
No, thank you. I do appreciate that.
Okay.
And I've been trying to balance the chat and do better with this.
No,
But
you're good.
thank you very much.
You're good. Just keep doing what you're doing. But oh, one more thing. Do you have your mission statement that you and Bernie worked on yesterday? Bernie.
Not in front of me.
Okay.
But
I think that's a good thing to infiltrate into what you're doing.
I agree.
Smart cookie.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun last night. And he's a smart guy. He's got a mind for business as well.
There you go.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Margot.
All right. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Yes. Peace. Peace and blessings. Butterflies are free. I guess. I see. Stop allowing the negativity unless you enjoy being berated. There are some intelligent people in this chat. Start by asking for advice. Yeah. I realize there's a lot of people who have a lot of advice. And I'm one of those as well, I guess. But, in my past, what I practice as a man is if I see someone struggling, I see someone who's having a hard time, I'm pretty good about stopping, inquiring, hey, what's going on? How can I help you? Sometimes someone just needs a push, someone needs a lift, someone needs whatever, right? But I try to help people when I can. Now, that's not been actually my experience from others. See, I've actually been chastised and I've been bastardized because I asked for help. I was strong enough and wise enough to realize I had a problem I couldn't solve on my own. And so I asked my union reps to help me, and that failed. And then I asked others to help and others to help, and I kept failing. So I realized while God will bring the blessings through people, blessings are going to be delivered through you. Hardships are going to be delivered through you. It's our relationships with each other, not necessarily for me, but in your experience. Each of us is going to deliver hardships or blessings with each other. I consciously and intentionally seek to be a blessing. Now, it's this right there. Asking for help is often viewed as a weakness, but it can take a lot of courage. Thank you, Edward. When I was an alcoholic, asking for help was out of I couldn't. I didn't know how. I didn't know what to ask. I didn't know who to ask. I didn't know where to ask. I didn't know anything, right? And so I was unwilling to ask for help for a long time, and then I found help. I found within myself the determination to get better, and it required me to get some help. And at first, I was kind of headstrong when I went to detox and, you know, all my fixed beliefs. But after experiencing the benefit of help, learning from someone else, learning that someone else struggles in a way that's similar to mine, it may be different, but it's similar, and knowing they made it through. Not only did they make it through, but they found steps how. And so asking for help and learning how someone else has succeeded, there's nothing wrong in that. When I learned that lesson, I started doing that more, realizing, you know, even the most successful people, they ask for help, they receive support, they ask the right people, they ask the right way, they offer an incentive and a return. So I've been trying to practice those things myself. I've been, I know the life I've been living. And brothers and sisters, this live without fear is no joke. Why? Because love, man. Take love seriously. It's your life. You can do what you want. But I know love and God and truth, those three things, they go together. You can't be separated from love, God, and truth, not for long, not with any success, not with any joy, not with any happiness. If you want to succeed, you want to be aligned with God, truth, and love. And we're not always perfect, but we can always try. And I'm going to start wrapping up there. Brothers and sisters, sincerely from my heart to your mind, your ears, thank you, sincerely. May you find your unity, your wholeness, your divine nature. May you find the love that just overwhelms you. And may you be that love that overwhelms, that supports, that lifts up, that carries others through. May you be that light and love for yourself, because the world is looking for it. The world is waiting for our love. Brothers and sisters, thank you again. Until next time, choose love, peace for everyone, live without fear. God bless and peace.
This isn't for profit. This is free use for educational purposes. I'm going to give my analysis and my narration to this. Hey everyone, I'm taking a bit of a risk by showing this on here due to, you know, where it's from. But anyways, I thought it was important.
I don't care. I'd rather be... I don't care. I'd rather be here in spirit than not at all. A captain doesn't abandon ship.
Every hour you stay here makes it that much more difficult to leave.
Why are you pushing me? I've made up my mind. I'm staying here.
The cortical stimulator is working. I'm getting a weak pulse.
She's coming back.
I'll use cordrazine along with the stimulator.
That's Captain Janeway's crew. She's on the ground. She's basically dying. Low vital signs and all that. And carry on. You'll see what she's interacting with here and what it tries to do.
Stimulator.
What was that? What happened?
What do you mean?
I saw Tuvok and Chakotay and the doctor.
Here?
No, it was different, as though I were looking up at them.
An hallucination like the others.
I didn't feel like the others. I didn't see myself. I was looking up at them. That's the real me, isn't it? Lying on the ground on that planet, dying. And this is the hallucination. This isn't real.
More denial. You're only making it harder on yourself.
There you go. And what's the entity doing? Trying to gaslight her, trying to deceive her. This is very, very similar to what happens during near-death experiences when people are in the astral realm and entities come along and pretend to be their deceased loved ones. They look like their loved ones. Sometimes their voice sounds the same, but a lot of the things they say don't match up with what your deceased loved ones would tell you if they care about you. All right? So they use illusions, and they use trickery, and they use mind control. Sound familiar? They do that in this realm too, here, where we're at right now. Carrying on.
You're trying very hard to convince me to come with you. Why is that? If what you're saying is true, why not let me come to the decision on my own?
I'm trying to spare you unnecessary pain.
My father would never act like this. He always believed I had to learn my own lessons, make my own mistakes. He never tried to shield me from life. Why would he try to shield me from death? You're not my father.
Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that a powerful message? See, they do show you some truth in fiction once in a while. And people just laugh it off like, hey, that's just fiction. It's not real, you know. It's just a show. It's just sci-fi. It's not real. It's on TV. They're not going to show us anything real. It's on TV. But they do. That's how they work. And I'm not saying to consume millions of hours of TV shows. I'm not saying to do that at all. I'm not saying to sit in front of a screen. But once in a while, somebody finds something that has a real gem of truth in it. And this is one of them. And she can tell, because she's using her discernment, that that's not her real father. That's not him. He might look like her father, but it's not him.
I could be imagining you, but I don't think so. You have such a specific agenda. You're determined that I go with you somewhere. Who are you?
I'm trying to help you. Stop fighting me.
Are you an alien being of some kind?
There you go. He has an agenda. She can tell that he has an agenda, that he's on her back to go with him somewhere. And then she mentions an alien being. Alien could be archons, whatever, demons, angels, whatever you want to call them, whatever name or label you want to give them. It really doesn't matter. It's their behavior. It's what they're doing. That's what matters. Okay, so I uploaded this video 2 years ago. 2 years ago to YouTube. to YouTube, December 28th, 2022. Isn't that remarkable? We're getting close to 3 years for that one. This December it'll be 3 years old. This is when my channel used to get views on YouTube. 3,649 views, 294 likes on a video when my channel was very new. My channel was about a month old. Anyway, if you want to watch this video, I'm going to drop the link in the chat room. You can watch it. A lot of the slander has worked on people's minds, unfortunately. 115 comments. People used to comment back then. Looks like Ren watched this 2 months ago. So some people are still watching it after all this time. Over 2.5 years or so. Or around. No, it's around 2 years and a few months, I think. 2 years and a few months. Anyway, it's getting to be about that time where I'm starting to get tired and I think I'm going to go to sleep. End this stream here. Damn, this was a crazy truth bomb. It would be, I'm sorry. It would be cool if more people would open their eyes, but a lot of people just watch something like this and then they move along. That's what they do. That's what they do. They'll watch something like this and not subscribe. 1 hour ago, somebody wrote a comment, excellent. An hour ago. It's interesting. This is all very interesting. This is all very interesting. Most of these people in the comments no longer on my channel. It doesn't mean they're banned. If they were banned, you wouldn't see their comments. They just lost interest. Isn't that incredible? They lose interest. They come upon a video like this and they think they have it all figured out. They lose interest. Short attention spans in Hell Realm. Very short attention spans in Hell Realm. Good luck to them. Good luck. They watch a 15 or 20-minute video and they believe they have it all figured out. They believe they have the whole realm figured out. That's most humans. It's the way they are. There's something with them that they have a real arrogance to them, and they just believe they have everything figured out. Good luck. Good luck. We'll see how that works out for them. Good luck. Or as I often say, oh, excuse me. Better luck next lifetime. Better luck next lifetime. What do I mean by next lifetime? Because I think most of them are coming back here. They're pretty lazy. They don't really want to look and think deeply about things. Good night, everyone. Good night to all mad spirits, all mad good spirits. Mad love and strength to anyone who is able to pay attention for more than 5 seconds in this realm of short attention spans. beyond what I could ever imagine having myself. The attention span, it's probably down to 1 second or less at this point in this hell realm. People can't focus on anything. And they think that's fine with them. They think it's fine. They don't even notice that there's something wrong. Good night, wherever you are. Take care. We'll see you again soon. And better luck next lifetime to all the lazy beings in this realm. And there's a lot of them. I don't care if you work 70 hours a week. That's not what I mean by lazy. Lazy-minded, lazy spiritually. Good luck. You're going to need it.